sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu. Teknologi.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya, Malang. Fakultas berstandar dan berdaya saing internasional, profesional, dan mengedepankan kualitas pendidikan serta pelayanan prima. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya membentuk sivitas akademika menjadi sumber daya manusia yang kompeten, bertakwa kepada Tuhan, memiliki jiwa kepemimpinan serta disiplin, dan memiliki etos kerja yang berkualitas. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya memegang teguh Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi. Berdiri sejak 8 April 2004 dengan nama Program Ilmu Sosial, lalu berganti nama menjadi Fakultas Ilmu Sosial pada tahun 2007. Selanjutnya pada tahun 2009 berganti menjadi Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik atau yang disingkat FISIP. Sesuai dengan visinya, yaitu menjadi fakultas unggul, berstandar internasional, dan berjiwa entrepreneur di bidang sosial politik yang mampu berperan aktif dalam pembangunan bangsa melalui proses pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian pada masyarakat. Seluruh program studi yang ada di FISIP berorientasi kepada pembangunan karakter, jiwa entrepreneur yang berangkat dari perspektif lokal dan nasional menuju kancah global. Semua itu dibentuk melalui kurikulum yang selalu disesuaikan dengan standar yang ditentukan oleh kementerian dan juga akreditasi internasional. FISIP memiliki 6 departemen, yaitu Departemen Ilmu Komunikasi, Departemen Psikologi, Departemen Ilmu Politik, Departemen Ilmu Pemerintahan, Departemen Hubungan Internasional, Departemen Sosiologi, Selain itu, terdapat 3 program studi pasca sarjana yang terdiri dari Program Studi Magister Ilmu Komunikasi, Program Studi Magister Ilmu Sosial, dan Program Studi Doktor Sosiologi. Dalam menuju pelayanan prima dan berstandar internasional, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik didukung oleh sejumlah fasilitas dan sarana seperti ruang dekanat, ruang kelas reguler, kelas berbahasa Inggris, laboratorium bahasa, laboratorium broadcast, laboratorium terpadu, perpustakaan, auditorium Nuswantara, Masjid Ibnu Khaldun, ruang sidang dan meeting. Sarana olahraga. Rumah sakit Universitas Brawijaya, dan lain-lain. Selain itu, dalam aspek kemahasiswaan, FISIP UB memiliki LKM dan juga LSO, yaitu sebagai salah satu ciri fakultas menuju standar internasional, selain mahasiswanya yang berasal dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia, FISIP UB juga memiliki mahasiswa dari beragam negara lain. Semua itu menyatu dalam harmoni yang bernuansa akademis. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik juga menjalin kemitraan dengan berbagai instansi, baik dalam skala lokal, nasional, maupun internasional dengan menopang tridharma perguruan tinggi.
Visi tangguh satu perjuangan. Visi tangguh satu perjuangan. Visi tangguh satu perjuangan. Visi tangguh satu perjuangan.
Dinobatkan menjadi peringkat kedua jurusan ilmu komunikasi terbaik di Indonesia versi Times Higher Education World University pada tahun 2020, program Magister Ilmu Komunikasi Universitas Brawijaya hadir sebagai solusi untuk tantangan dunia kerja dan sebagai pengembangan ilmu. Dengan berbagai keunggulan yaitu program studi terakreditasi unggul, kurikulum perkuliahan yang sesuai dengan tren perkembangan keilmuan dan job market, kerjasama internasional, dosen dengan lulusan universitas terbaik baik dalam dan luar negeri, dan lulusan berkompeten di bidangnya, sehingga menjadikan program Magister Ilmu Komunikasi Universitas Brawijaya menjadi pilihan yang tepat untuk Anda yang ingin mengembangkan karir dan akademik.
Pengen tahu lebih lanjut? Yuk, klik link di sini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Good morning, may the blessings of God be with us.
Yang terhormat Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya Malang, Profesor Anang Sujoko, Dikom. Yang kami hormati Ketua Program Studi Magister Ilmu Komunikasi Universitas Brawijaya Malang sekaligus Ketua Panitia The Third Brawijaya Communication International Conference, Ibu Maulina Piaulandari, PhD. Narasumber yang terhormat, Associate Profesor Dr. Pavel Slatsky, PhD, Profesor Dr. Miao Jujian, Profesor Endrik Odredgigo, PhD, Profesor Rahmat Kriantono, dan semua peserta. Selamat datang di The Third Brawijaya Communication International Conference BCIC 2023.
The Honorable the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Brawijaya, Profesor Dr. Anang Sujoko, Dikom, the Head of Postgraduate Program as well as the Vice Chair for this program, Mrs. Maulina Piaulandari, PhD, the Honorable Speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Pavel Slutsky, PhD, Profesor Dr. Miao Jujian, Profesor Endrik Orderigo, PhD, and Profesor Rahmat Kriantono, PhD. I would like also to welcome all honorable participants from Indonesia. Welcome to the Third Brawijaya Communication International Conference BCIC 2023.
Saya Ocha Febrian dan rekan saya,
Ivan Imantoro Wahid.
perkenankan kami untuk memandu acara ini.
Welcome to the Third Brawijaya Communication International Conference BCIC 2023.
Kita sangat bersyukur bahwa kita bisa berkumpul di sini pada pagi ini dan mendapat kesempatan untuk memperluas pengetahuan kita bersama dengan para narasumber yang luar biasa. Konferensi internasional ini merupakan acara tahunan yang diselenggarakan oleh Program Studi Magister Ilmu Komunikasi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya Malang. Acara ini diselenggarakan secara daring selama 2 hari pada tanggal 1 sampai dengan 2 November tahun 2023.
We are delightful that we can gather here in this beautiful morning as well as to have the opportunity to enrich our skills and our knowledge with extraordinary speakers from all around the world. This international conference is an annual event brought to you by the postgraduate program in Communication Science at the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Brawijaya. This event is held online setting for 2 days from the 1st until the 2nd of November 2023.
Kami juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada publikasi partner, Jurnal Channel dari Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Jurnal Lensa Mutiara dari Universitas Sari Mutiara Indonesia, Jurnal Calatu dari Universitas Ciputra, Jurnal Mukadimah dari Universitas Islam Sumatera Utara, Jurnal Komunikatus dari UIN Sunan Gunung Kalijati Bandung, dan Jurnal Transformatif dari Universitas Brawijaya.
We would also like to thank our publication partners, Jurnal Channel from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Jurnal Lensa Mutiara from Universitas Sari Mutiara Indonesia, Jurnal Calatu from Universitas Ciputra, Jurnal Mukadimah from Universitas Islam Sumatera Utara, Jurnal Communication from UIN Sunan Gunung Kalijati Bandung, and Jurnal Transformatif from Universitas Brawijaya.
Sebagaimana disebutkan sebelumnya, acara ini akan berlangsung selama 2 hari, dengan hari pertama berfokus pada keynote session dipandu oleh narasumber yang sangat berpengalaman, dan di hari kedua akan diisi dengan plenary session dan juga parallel session dari peserta konferensi.
This event will take place for 2 days, with the first day focusing on the keynote sessions by highly experienced speakers, and the second day will be filled with plenary session as well as parallel sessions by the conference attendees.
Terima kasih dan marilah kita mulai acara ini dengan penuh semangat dan antusias. Hadirin yang kami hormati, mengawali acara ini menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Hadirin dimohon membuka kamera.
Before we start the event, I would like to ask everyone in this Zoom meeting to open the camera as well as to sing our national anthem Indonesia Raya.
Selanjutnya, sambutan sekaligus laporan kegiatan yang akan disampaikan oleh Ketua Program Studi Magister Ilmu Komunikasi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, sekaligus Ketua Panitia Kegiatan The Church Brawijaya Communication International Conference BCIC 2023. Kepada yang terhormat Ibu Maulina Pia Wulandari, PhD, dipersilakan.
Next, we have the welcoming speech from Dr. Maulina Pia Wulandari as the Head of Postgraduate Program in Communication Science, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Brawijaya. To Dr. Maulina, the time and screen are yours.
Thank you, Ocha and Ivan. The honorable plenary speakers, all presenters, moderators, and participants, the honorable Dean of the Faculty Social and Political Science at Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Anang Sujoko, the honorable Head of the Department of Communication Science at Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Rahmat Kriantono, the honorable keynote speakers. Let me say hello to Associate Professor Patvel Slatsky, my best friend from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Good morning, Patvel. How are you today? And Professor, thank you. And Professor Miao Jujian from National Cheng University, Taiwan. Professor Enric Ordegrigo from EAE Business School at the Polytechnic University of Catalonia, Barcelona, Spain. And Professor Rahmat Kriantono from Universitas Brawijaya. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, may God bless and give us peace upon us. Welcome to the third Brawijaya Communication International Conference, BCIC 2023. The Master of Communication Science program at the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, or FISIP, Universitas Brawijaya is honored to host the third BCIC in 2023. The aim of this event is to provide a platform for the exchange of ideas and the sharing of scientific insight in the field of communication science for master's and doctoral students. This remarkable event spans 2 days and will take place virtually from November the 1st to November the 2nd, 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference provides an opportunity for academics, young researchers, and postgraduate students, both master and doctoral, to present their research in an international conference setting. Participants also have the chance to publish their research findings in the form of preceding or reputable journal articles. This conference theme is embracing the challenges and opportunities of digital communication technology in building a digital society. Its goals are to keep up with the latest academic trends, especially in the field of communication studies, and to encourage academic discourse on important topics across borders. This conference brings together around 30 presenters and many participants, which is increased from last year, hailing from various universities across Indonesia and the ASEAN region. Ladies and gentlemen, our conference boasts an array of distinguished features, including keynote speakers, engaging poster session, and insightful paper presentation, all conducted in parallel tracks. Furthermore, we take great pride in spotlighting Universitas Brawijaya's accomplished academics, including our 2 new full professors in communication, which are Professor Anang Sujoko and Professor Rahmat Kriantono, as well as our high reputation scholars within the faculty. We hope that our event proceeds smoothly and successfully. Our felt thanks go to all the keynote speakers, the plenary speakers, the presenters, and the moderators for contributing your value time and academic inspirations. A great appreciation and gratitude to our publication partner, Jurnal Channel Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Jurnal Kalatu University of Ciputra, Jurnal Lensa Mutiara University of Sari Mutiara, Jurnal Transformatif Universitas Brawijaya, Jurnal Mukadimah Islamic University of Sumatera Utara, and Jurnal Mukadimah Islamic State University of Sunan Gunung Jati. I also would like to express my huge gratitude to the extraordinary organizing committee members who have been working very hard in organizing this event. With this, I extend my best wishes to all of us. May your presentation be illuminating, discussion inspiring, and networking fruitful. Once again, thank you, and may peace be upon you. Back to you, Ocha and Ivan.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Pia. Selanjutnya sambutan sekaligus pembukaan oleh Dekan FISIP Fakultas Universitas Brawijaya Malang, yang terhormat Profesor Anang Sujoko Dikom, dipersilahkan.
Thank you, Dr. Maulina. Following that, we'll hear the opening speech from our Dean, Professor Anang Sujoko, as the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Brawijaya. To Professor Anang, the time and screen are yours.
Okay, thank you, Ocha, and also Ivan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and most merciful, all praise be to Allah. Peace and blessing be upon him, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and also esteemed speakers, and all participants of this international conference. In particular, I want to thank the committee, the head of steering committee, organizing committee, Bu Pia. Okay, bingo for you in conducting this great event. And also the honorable, I want to say to head of department, communication science, Professor Kriantono, and also department secretary, Bu Reza Safitri. And also the honorable speaker already joined right now, Associate Professor Pavel Slatsky. Good morning. And also Professor Enrique Rigo, Professor Miao Juzian from National Chungcheng, and also Prof. Kriantono as a speaker too. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the third annual Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2023. With them embracing the challenges and opportunities of digital communication technology and building a digital society. An international gathering that brings together brilliant minds, innovative ideas, and diverse perspectives from every corner of the globe. We are truly honored to have each and every one of you here today. And of course, we are excited to embark on the journey of knowledge sharing, collaboration, and also intellectual growth. In today's rapidly evolving world, as we know, mark of unprecedented technological advancement, this term resonates profoundly with the fundamental change shaping our societies, our economic growth, and also our daily life. The advent of digital communication technology has revolutionized the way we connect, the way we communicate, and also the way we interact, share information, and conduct business, and also how we can grow our knowledge in the science perspective. It has opened doors to limitless opportunities, transforming the world into a global village. As you know, global village, the term who endorsed by Marshall McLuhan, where knowledge knows no boundaries and communication transcend geographical constraints. However, with these opportunities come challenges that demand our attention, creativity, and also the collaboration. This is very important as our university mission. We have to expand our international network, and also we have to increase our reputation by conducting joint research and also maybe joint publication by collaboration between university to university. Conferences like this serve as a testament to the power of dialogue and the exchange of ideas. They provide a platform where experts, researchers, scholars, students, and also professionals can come together to discuss the latest advancement in their field, share valuable insight, and foster meaningful connections. And the next day, I think today and tomorrow also, we will have the opportunity to engage in stimulating discussion, attend enlightening presentation that will broaden our horizon and inspire us to push our boundary of knowledge. Of course, with different specific in our field as a communication, public relation, mass media communication, interpersonal communication, political communication, marketing communication, etc. The theme of this year conference, embracing the challenges and opportunities of digital communication technology in building digital society, is our memory about network society, like Manuel Castel said, reflects our collective commitment to addressing the most pressing challenges of our time. Ladies and gentlemen, it reminds us the importance of collaboration and international cooperation in finding innovative solutions to global issue. And particularly now, maybe there is like an international war, Russia and Ukraine, and also how Israel occupied Palestine. However, by conducting that conference, I wish we can offer the best solution to keep peace in the world. Throughout the conference, we will explore various aspects of this theme, drawing from expertise of our distinguished speakers and the wealth of knowledge present in this room. In addition to the enriching academic and intellectual experiences, we hope that this conference will also provide you with the opportunity to form new friendship. Of course, new networking, establish professional networks, and build collaboration that will extend beyond the confines of this event. The connection you make here have the potential to spark groundbreaking research, foster innovative projects, and create lasting impact in your respective field. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee, BUPIA, and also all volunteers, also sponsor, publication partner, and everyone who has contributed to making this conference possible. Your dedication and hard work have laid the foundation for this gathering. And we are deeply, as a dean, appreciate of your efforts. As we commence this international conference, I encourage you all to actively participate. Ask the question, of course, for students to make sure to convince if your research proposal is going well, and also maybe for the result of your research Also, yeah, definitely maybe going well too, going properly. And also by conducting this discussion and also about presentation from the speaker, let us embrace the diversity of perspective and experience in this room. And together, let us explore new frontiers of knowledge and inspire positive change in the world. I hope the world will be changed and go better for the future. Once again, welcome to embracing the challenges and opportunities of digital communication technology and building a digital society. May the next day be filled with a fruitful discussion, hopefully, meaning connection and unforgettable experience. And my last message, my last attention is don't forget to take picture together because without picture, that means hugs. Okay, so everyone, make sure the committee will conduct to take a picture together. Again, appreciate for you all and our respect for you for your effort in conducting this conference. Have a nice day. Good luck. I wish you luck and also successful for you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Prof. Anang atas sambutannya. Selanjutnya pembacaan doa yang akan disampaikan oleh Bapak Arif Budi Prasetyo, MIKOM. Dipersilahkan.
Thank you, Professor Anang, for the welcoming speech. Next, we will have a prayer that will be recited by Mr. Arif Budi Prasetya, MIKOM. To Mr. Arif, the time and screen are yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our heads for a moment and pray to God so that our international conference can be held smoothly from the beginning until the end. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and for those who are not Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to your beliefs. In the name of Allah, most gracious and the most merciful, today, Wednesday, 1st November 2023, we gather from all around the world in this Zoom meeting to participate in the third Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2023 with the theme of embracing the challenges and opportunities of digital communication technology in building a digital society. Oh Allah, make this international conference a useful science assembly as an avenue for sharing academic ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of the communication science discipline. May the conference we organize today benefit our lives, broaden our knowledge, send our ideas, and lead us to be successful and productive academicians, which will boost the dignity of our nations. O Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other and respect each other so that we can be blessing for others through this international conference. O Allah, protect us from unintended temptations, show us the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Show us and make the bad thing clear, and give us knowledge and the strength to avoid them. O Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our prayers. Amin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Arif. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, sebelum kita memasuki acara inti, kami mohon untuk hadirin yang terhormat untuk membuka kamera, kita foto bersama.
Thank you, Mr. Arif. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the main event, I would like to ask your presence to open the camera because we would like to have a photo session together. All right, operator ready? All right. The first slide. Give your best smile. 1, 2, and 3. To the second slide. Give your best smile for this conference. 1, and 2, and 3. To the last slide. Give your best smile. 1, 2, and 3. All right. Thank you so much for the ability to open the camera. It's been a pleasure to be with you guys and see the beautiful faces and the cheerful faces for the conference today.
Baik, hadirin yang terhormat, selanjutnya memasuki acara inti, yaitu sesi 1 yang akan disampaikan oleh Associate Profesor Dr. Pavel Slatsky, PhD. Selanjutnya dilanjutkan oleh Profesor Rahmat Kriantono, PhD. Dan dengan moderator Ibu Fitri Haryani Oktaviani, PhD. Waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan.
Next, we'll move to the main agenda for today, which is the first keynote session that will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Pavel Slutsky, PhD, and then will be followed by Professor Rahmat Kriantono, PhD, and this session will be moderated by Dr. Fitri Haryana Oktaviani. To Dr. Fitri, the time and screen are yours.
Good morning. I hope you can hear my voice well because I had a little bit of a trouble with the network just before now. Can you hear me? Good morning, Pavel. Should I call you Pavel? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. So today we are going to have 2 presenters, keynote speakers. The first one, we will have Associate Professor Dr. Pavel Slatsky from Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok. So Bangkok is also morning. Pavel, I hope you enjoyed your morning there. The second presentation, we will have a presentation from our own professor, Professor Rahmat Kriantono, who will do the second half of the session. So first of all, I'm going to introduce each of the participants, each of the keynote speaker. I'll start with Dr. Pavel Slatsky, and then I'll give the time for Dr. Pavel Slatsky to present his work to all of us here. And then afterwards, I'll give an introduction for Professor Rahmat Kriantono, and then kindly ask Professor Rahmat to present his work here. And then afterwards, we will have the question and answer session. So overall, we will have 2.5 hours for this session. So first of all, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Pavel Slatsky. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. He's going to present his material, his keynote speakers against empiricism in communication science or in communication studies. And Pavel Slatsky holds a full-time position of an associate professor in communication management at the Faculty of Communication Arts, Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok. He also holds an associate professorship in public relations from St. Petersburg State Electrotechnical University. It is in Russia. He also earned his PhD in Journalism, Political Science from St. Petersburg State University. Since 2014, he has worked in Thailand. His research interests include political and legal philosophy of communication, communication theory, philosophy of language, cross-cultural communication, strategic communications, and public relations. He's also the author of Communication and Libertarianism, 2001, the book which was referred by the reviewers as an outstanding contribution to both libertarian political philosophy and communication theory, and the most comprehensive work of communication issues in libertarian theory ever published. He's also author of 3 other monographs, 3 university textbooks, numerous articles which were published in American Behavioral Scientists, Libertarian Papers, Journals of Promotional Communications, and Quarterly Review of Business Disciplines, amongst others. He also participates in a lot of roundtables and activities, especially on Russia and Asian relations, and also members of many different associations. So I think I cannot mention everything because we can't wait to hear the keynote speaker that will be delivered by Dr. Pavel Satsky. So I think you have approximately an hour or so, but you can make use of the time. Please use your discretion. So I'll hand it over to you, Dr. Satsky.
Okay, thank you for the introduction and good morning. A quick question: do you want me to share the slides, or will you share the slides and I will just ask to click next slide?
Which one would you prefer? But I think if you prefer you share the screen, that will be easier flow for you, then that will be okay.
Okay, then let me just share the screen first. And then you'll tell me if you can see everything. Is it working?
Yes, it's working.
Okay, good. Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure and a privilege to see you all, to see some old friends, people who I know for years now. So thank you for thinking of me and inviting me. I'm always happy to be in Indonesia, even if it's virtual. I actually was in Indonesia last month. Unfortunately, this time, again, it's remote, but still a pleasure and a privilege. Now, when I was invited to deliver this keynote address, I didn't realize that it's like 1 hour long. So I thought it was like 20 minutes, but it's okay. I can go on for an hour because I think that the topic that I want to discuss today is important. I also think it's important for us in Southeast Asia in general and in Indonesia in particular. And the reason for that is that every time I go to a regional conference, again, not necessarily Indonesia, but in Indonesia as well, and when I listen to papers, when I listen to students' presentations, when I look at thesis projects, research projects, I can see that they are overwhelmingly dominated by positivist and empiricist paradigm. And it seems like in our part of the world, in Southeast Asia, it's, again, a dominant way of thinking that real science can only be positivistic. It can only be based on empiricist assumptions, and everything else is not real science. Even in my university, it's almost a requirement that master students, when they submit their thesis, when they submit their professional projects, well, they need to conduct some empirical research. They need to, again, work within the positivist framework. I find it a bit troubling because, frankly speaking, I think that positivism and empiricism are generally kind of debunked platforms, but I also think that they are particularly, how to say, limited in their application when we work within or in communication studies. So I think they're generally limited, but they're particularly limited in communication studies. So this is what I'm going to talk about today. I know that this is not the easiest topic to discuss online, particularly for an hour, because I'll be talking about things like epistemologies and methodologies of social sciences. But bear with me. I'll try to make it not short. It's an hour, but still. So where do we come from? So when we start thinking about positivism, the thesis is that the experimental procedures of the natural sciences, the ones that are so successful in physics and chemistry, are the only method to be applied in the search of knowledge. So as the positivists see it, in the natural sciences, well, we have these clear ways of discovering truths, discovering regularities. Until, let's say, mid-20th century, these methodologies weren't really applied for social sciences, but for past 70 years, well, they were applied in social sciences as well. Now, this is, of course, this outlook according to which, like, once we get this understanding of how positivist works, once we get to train social science in the exact methods of laboratory work, well, then they can study things like human behavior, and then they will, well, substitute this kind of vague ideas about social matters with some exact knowledge. So that's the idea of what's called unified science or methodological monism. So obviously, Auguste Comte was the pioneer of positivism in social sciences. He suggested that social sciences, and obviously communication sciences being part of social sciences, they should be modeled after the scheme of natural sciences, primarily in order to discover and establish laws and regularities. Now, as you all know, positivism promises that, well, there's this assumption that laws and regularities can only be acquired by testing hypotheses against observation, experiments, and field data that we collect. Now, all other forms of knowledge, according to positivism, will be rejected as either unscientific or tautological. So positivism then would tend to reject the value of a priori propositions or any axiomatic statements, again, considering them as mere tautologies or just signs of paper that have no real meaning in terms of their relation to reality. Now, why do we even listen to this as social scientists? Well, the main reason is the tremendous success of the positivist paradigm in natural sciences and its original, well, pretty sound contribution in discovering laws and regularities in the natural world. Because they were so successful there, positivists naturally believed that their views are universally applicable and that the epistemological foundations of positivism, which is, by the way, empiricism, will guarantee success in any field of investigation, regardless of whether it's physics or chemistry or social sciences, communication sciences. Now, where do we see problems? Well, the number one problem is that when we apply communication, when we apply positivist methodology to communication research, we don't really get to enjoy the promised results. So what are the promised results? Positivism promises us that we are going to discover regularities and laws that can be deduced from the analysis of empirical data. Well, the problem is that this is not happening. So we've been working within the positivist paradigm for now, I don't know, 70, 80 years, decades. But frankly speaking, as we've spent decades testing hypotheses against empirical data, we are nowhere near to formulating any laws about communication in the same way as we have formulated laws about natural sciences. In communication studies, we have nothing resembling any empirical laws. And if we open any communication studies textbook, well, we won't find any propositions or statements that are actually discovered using positivist methods. So no matter which theoretical frameworks you look at, I don't know, Shannon's transmission model or Gebner perceptual theory or Jacobson's semiotic approach, they all haven't been developed relying on positivist falsification methods. They're all theoretical model without any empirical proof. And we have nothing else. We don't have any theories or any proven hypotheses that have been developed through positivist methodology. That's problem number one. Problem number two is failed promise of positivism, again, in terms of its ability to develop accurate predictions. So in natural sciences, well, we have laws and regularities because we observe the results of empirical data. And then based on these observations and laws, we make accurate predictions about the future behavior of phenomena. Now, no matter how heavily we rely on statistical and mathematical techniques, SPSS, whatever, in social research, in communication research, we are still extremely bad at making accurate predictions about the future. Now, this is obvious to anyone who conducts statistical analysis in communications, for example, awareness surveys or attitude surveys or political surveys. Well, you have to repeat them regularly because your measurements are only valid at the time when they're taken. Like when you take, let's say, how people are going to vote in the next elections, you have to redo it every week. Well, because you can't predict what they're going to do next week. And even if you do it every week, you know, still almost every election is like a surprise. Like, oh, damn, like, we never saw it coming. Like Trump won or Biden won. Who saw it? Who knew, right? So you like run those very precise statistical methods, but you still can't establish regularities and you can't accurately predict the future. The reason for that is actually pretty simple. The reason for that is that people are nothing like objects in natural science. Unlike stones and trees and planets or whatever, they possess free will and they're subject to change. Statistical results, well, change as we study people and social communities, and they change in different rates. And the reason for that is very simple. People's responses to stimuli are influenced by multiple independent factors. Now, sometimes the statistical change can be very slow. But if something changes very slowly, it doesn't mean that we establish a regularity. Slow change doesn't indicate the absence of change. This is why in communication studies, we can't really talk about any statistical regularity or any statistical law. We can just talk about unnoticed or minimal change, which is minimal or slow at this moment in time. And that by no means would suggest that it's going to remain slow in the future. Now, let me try to change the slide. Okay, so it worked. Now, so what does this problem? To me, it's a fundamental problem, almost a scandal, that we rely on positivist methodologies so much. Now, the thing is that today, particularly here in this part of the world, again, I don't want to extrapolate. Let's say Enrique Odeix, my friend from Spain, who is going to talk later today, he comes from a different academic tradition. And in continental Europe, positivism has never been that strong in communication studies. But here in Asia, it's extremely strong. And here we have something of a consensus amongst communication scholars, suggesting that communication science needs to be methodologically inductive and empirical. Now, when I say this, I don't necessarily mean that it has to be only statistical, that it has to be only quantitative. No, we have some projects and research projects that are interpretative, and we have some scholars who prefer qualitative research methods, but still, they will be empirical. So you will, differ in your opinions on whether you want to utilize qualitative or quantitative research methods, but still agree on the fact that, well, the methods have to be empirical. Now, this broad consensus would allow us to, we'll probably say that there is this dominant research epistemology, which is, of course, empiricism. I think that this preference towards empiricism makes it very difficult for communication studies to progress, as long as we kind of remain committed to the idea that true knowledge about social world can only be acquired through experience and testing. Now, the idea that we need to study social world and social phenomena exactly the same way as we study natural phenomena in physics is all about methodological universalism or methodological monism, as you know, vigorously defended by Karl Popper, suggesting that the totality of empirical evidence is the only thing that can make a theory credible. And then you kind of work towards constantly developing new hypotheses, constantly testing them against some data, some experience, and then you either prove or reject them. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Now, this is the idea of positivist empirical research, that hypotheses need to be tested. And before making any conclusions about communication phenomena, well, you need to observe the phenomena empirically, in the same way as you do in natural sciences. So you test your hypothesis through experiences, and then your data is expected to either support or reject the hypothesis based on the evidence. Now, this is, again, the very definition, the very essence of the empiricist epistemology. Even if you are a constructivist, if you are an interpretive researcher, you're kind of doing the same thing. And you also would assume, as an empiricist, that any hypothesis that is not or cannot be tested through experiments is either meaningless or unscientific. Now, without an experiment, or without making an observation, for an empiricist, it's impossible to know the consequences of a particular event. And then you would also, as an interpretivist, again, would think that without empirical evidence, you can either falsify or prove a theory, and then, well, propositions that can't be falsified or tested can't provide any knowledge about reality. So this is kind of funny, right? Because for an empiricist, sciences like mathematics or geometry won't really be sciences, because in geometry, for example, we don't conduct experiments. We do the whole thing in our heads. Like if you want to prove Pythagorean theorem, for example, you don't need to measure 1,000 triangles in Africa, America, Asia, just to say that it works. No, you work with your definitions. The same in mathematics, or the same in logic. Like we don't test arithmetical truths by actually counting apples. It works the other way around. We start with mathematical propositions and assumptions, and then we use them to work with reality. Reality doesn't inform our knowledge about geometry or mathematics or logic. Again, it's the other way around. Now, for empiricists, obviously, this is just knowledge about terms. It's just knowledge about the usage of terms and applications. And these are simple a priori propositions that are no more than science on paper. These are just definitions, can be void, can be not void, but they are not meaningful empirical theories. Now, with this proposition, we have some fundamental problems. Well, problem number one, with the empirical way of conducting research, the goal obviously is to find some relationships between variables. So you have dependent and independent variables. And then you want to check or to test through experiments that, well, A causes B. According to empiricism, unfortunately, we cannot really know with certainty whether something is a possible cause of something else. The thing is that in order to explain some phenomena, our hypotheses about possible causes need to be constrained by some a priori consideration. If you don't have them, well, then everything can have some influence on everything. Well, sometimes you can try to find out by experience whether it does or it doesn't. But then your experience or your experiments will never give you a definite answer to this question either. Now, why? Why experiments can't really prove beyond any reasonable doubt causal connections? Well, the reason why experience can't provide accurate causal explanation is that when experience confirms your hypothesis, it doesn't necessarily prove that the hypothesis is true. The consequence that you observe could be explained by coincidence, could be explained by another third unaccounted factor, or could be reverse correlation. Unfortunately, as I read students' papers, as I read academic papers, I see this mistake repeated over and over again, which is a classic mistake of mistaking correlation with causation. But this is, a minor thing. It's technical. There is a fundamental logical mistake. If the experience falsifies your hypothesis, it still doesn't mean that the hypothesis must be rejected. It's still possible that the phenomena that are related were linked, but some other variables that we ignored or couldn't take into account, they interfered in our observation and prevented the causal relationship from being observed. That's important. If we conduct empirical research, then neither confirmation nor falsification can definitely prove or reject the hypothesis. So falsification can't make any statements that there is no relationship. Confirmation cannot definitely prove the existence of relationship. Well, this means, again, something very fundamental. The idea of predicting future events is contradictory to the empiricist philosophy, again, on the very logical level. Now, the biggest philosophical problem of empiricism is obviously the presence of internal logical contradiction. Now, this is something very well known amongst the critics of empiricism, and that's the very simple idea. So empiricism is based on the proposition that knowledge must be verifiable. Can you please close your microphone? Somebody's speaking over me. So the proposition of empiricism suggests that knowledge must be verifiable or falsifiable by experience. But again, what is the empirical status of this proposition itself? So can we empirically falsify or test the proposition that truth can only be established through the analysis of data? Obviously not, because this statement is an a priori statement. It's not an empirically falsifiable or verifiable statement. So the whole building, the whole theory of empiricism that everything must be empirically tested is based on a proposition which is not empirically tested. This, of course, contains a fundamental logical contradiction. It accepts the fact that some fundamental truths are analytical propositions, again, non-empirical propositions. And in a way, it automatically refutes the whole logic of empiricism. Now, let's move on to another problem, or another bunch of problems of using empiricism for communication studies. This is probably a more relevant thing, not just general critique of empiricism, but again, the problems of empiricism in our field. So empiricism, once again, asserts that social actions, social phenomena should be explained through causal hypothesis. And then this hypothesis must be confirmed or tested through experience. So you would argue that once a causal relationship is established as a hypothesis, well, it should be tested by applying it to make predictions about future events. Again, the main promise of positivism and empiricism is that, well, your discoveries are meaningful because they allow you to make predictions. If your predictions are accurate, that means that your theory is valid. This is how you test your theories based on their predictive potential. Now, in natural sciences, this process of discovery is based on the necessary presence of causation. So there's always cause and effect. You apply some temperature, you heat something, and then it boils, or it melts. And you know that every time you are going to boil to heat this substance to a certain temperature, it's going to boil. So this is how you make your accurate predictions about the sequence of phenomena. You establish these constant relations between them, and then you conduct your causality research. Now, the problem with communicative action is that it deals with people. And in dealing with people, we cannot really rely on such regularity. Communicative action is always based on some speculation. It's always based on some uncertain facts about other people, about their knowledge or their potential responses. Causality in communication, it exists, but it doesn't allow us to look at it without communication in itself. It's not the same kind of causation we observe in the natural world. Now, this is again a fundamental difference. I'm going to go back to this, but positivists generally deny the difference between natural events, which are caused by natural causes, and goal-oriented actions that are caused by intentions of conscious actors. Positivists would believe that our actions, our choices, our behaviors are still determined by some natural causes, our genes, our past experiences, history, whatever. Positivists would generally claim that the same methodological approach can be applied to both natural phenomena and social phenomena. Okay, we may not know exactly how our brains work, how our consciousness works, but once we discover all the hormonal influences, we will be able to accurately predict how exactly people would respond to different stimuli. Again, the idea here would be that people, just like objects in the natural world, are governed by time invariant causes. Fortunately, we know that this is not true. We know that people can change their actions over time. And in order to predict what people will do in the future, how we will act in the future, we as researchers need to continuously engage in communication with them. This is why we run these surveys on a weekly basis. If we want to predict voters' behavior, we need to check with them on a weekly basis. We need to continuously communicate, right? We can't just take a test and then expect that it's going to be valid for years in the future. Precisely for the reason because our voting behavior or any other kind of social behavior is not governed by time invariant causes. This is the reason why we can't enjoy the predictive success of positivism and confirm hypotheses are not applicable in the future. Now, if the behavior of humans is not determined by time invariant causes, and if individuals indeed can act differently in different moments in time, and again, we know from our experience that the way we're acting today is not necessarily the same way we were acting yesterday. We just know it from introspection. You think about yourself, like you had, I don't know, something for breakfast yesterday, but today you had something else because you could make this change. Well, that means that it's impossible to draw any meaningful conclusions from the predictive success of a positively confirmed hypothesis. Even if you ask 1,000 people what they had for breakfast yesterday and they give you the same answer, it doesn't mean at all that they're going to have the same thing for breakfast tomorrow. Why? Because the conditions that were valid yesterday may not be valid tomorrow. But what's most important is that we don't only base our choices and our actions on the existing conditions. Our actions are governed by our knowledge. So we have some contents in our brains, in our consciousness, in our minds, our understanding of circumstances, our understanding of what we want to do, our desires. And then based on this knowledge, well, we choose how to act. Now, this is also an important idea, so I'm going to develop it on the next slide. So our behavior evolves as we acquire new knowledge, and this new knowledge shapes our choices. Like even today, let's say I'm talking about some fundamental shortcomings or deficiencies of positivist methodology. maybe if you listen to me, it's going to inform, your knowledge of research methods in your future projects. You're going to think of perhaps changing your epistemological approach. Because human actors, unlike non-communicative entities, they can change their knowledge over time. And a prediction about how people will act based on their past knowledge won't be accurate in the future when the knowledge that people have is going to change. Now, that's a problem because it's impossible to accumulate any knowledge about human actions that remains universally true for future observations. Again, why? Pretty simple, I think. We can learn from the past and we can acquire new knowledge, which we don't currently possess. And our future action will be based on our future knowledge. But we don't know, and we cannot know what knowledge we're going to have in the future. That's the thing. We don't know what we don't yet know. So we know that our future behavior will be governed and determined by our future knowledge, but we have no idea what our knowledge will be like. That's the thing. We can't possess the knowledge of the future. So all our knowledge is necessarily the knowledge about the past. All our research, social research, communicative research, all the surveys that we conduct, these are insights and conclusions and inductions about something that already happened. Now, we call it present, but in fact, it's not. It's just very recent past. So if you conduct a survey, ask 1,000 people what they think about, I don't know, Palestine or Israel. And it was yesterday. Well, it was the history of yesterday. Very recent history, but still history. It doesn't tell you anything about what people are going to think about this conflict tomorrow, next week, or in 2024. The outcome of this research into how and why people act in the past has no systematic bearing on whether or not they will act or think in the same way in the future. That's the thing. People can learn. And it's completely absurd to assume that one could predict in the present what one will learn and know tomorrow. You have no way to get access to the knowledge that you don't have yet. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't have any causal explanation of human action. But this explanation will be pretty generic and general. You would say that human action is generally governed by the knowledge. This is a true statement, but it's analytical. It's not empirical in any way. And again, in the sense of human action, in the sense of human communication, there is no laboratory where facts can be isolated or controlled. The facts of human behavior are very complex. They result from many causes, and these causes can only be isolated in theory when we think about them, but they can't be isolated in empirical research. Let's move on. So where does it leave us, and what does it mean for us as researchers? So, okay, I made this claim that our empirical studies of human behavior are always oriented towards the past. We think that we're establishing some regularities, that we're making some predictions, that our findings have some implications or applications for the future. I believe it's a fundamental illusion. But fine, let's even think about reconstructive historical explanations of past human communication. Even here, our causal research will be limited in its ability to establish relationships with certainty. To explain why someone behaved or communicated in a particular way, we need to understand the internal workings of that person's consciousness, motives, perceptions, values, beliefs, through either direct or indirect interactions. Now, this interaction will not always produce accurate results. If you speak to a living person, well, their answers may be not very accurate because people may not remember why they did something in the past, cannot be very honest because people may have reasons to withhold their true motives. Sometimes people whose behavior we want to study or explain may be already dead. Sometimes they're not available for questioning. So in this case, we can only reconstruct history from evidence, writings, memoirs, whatever. But this evidence may not necessarily be very accurate either. So how do we proceed with our explanations? Well, let's take an example again. Let's take an example from communication. So let's take, say, a public speech that a politician gave, and we want to analyze it from a communicative perspective, what it means and so on. Now, of course, to a large extent, the person who gives this speech, if this person is available to us, well, probably this person can give us some reasons for saying what he was saying, formulate the influences that led him to see things the way he does, and probably this person can explain why he said what he said better than anyone else. At the same time, in saying whatever he's saying, this person follows some habitual and unconscious norms and rules that he probably can't explain or may have difficulties to make explicit. For example, a speaker follows some rules of grammar when he says what he says. He uses some syntactical and semantic rules. But as a speaker, you don't always demonstrate this full awareness. You can't always formulate why you speak the language according to these rules, even if these rules clearly influence your speech. Now, as researchers who understand or tries to understand the speaker, well, sometimes you can do better than the person himself. In a way, like similar to a grammarian that analyzes, the sentence structure of the speaker. You can reconstruct, you can formulate the rules that explicitly followed. But again, even if you can explain. Sorry,
sama-sama. Monggo.
Okay, thank you.
Please, sorry, I have to interrupt. Can you please, the operator, to mute all of the participants? Can you please do that? Thank you very much. I apologize for this.
Thank you. So where was I? So as a researcher who wants to reconstruct the rules that governs the decision of this public speaker, you can actually do it better than the speaker himself, because you could be more educated or more experienced in analyzing, let's say, grammatical rules or syntactical, semantical rules. Maybe you can formulate all the rules that the speaker follows better than the speaker himself. But it's also important for us to realize that the truth criterion for our analysis would nonetheless be the very fact that the speaker, if the speaker would be able to, in principle, would verify the correctness of our explanation. So this is important. Even you as the speaker don't consciously think, okay, I'm following these grammatical rules. If I approach you and say, well, in your speech, you followed these grammatical rules, didn't you? Well, at least theoretically, you would agree with me. You would look at your speech and say, yeah, actually, yes, I wasn't thinking about this, but clearly I was following the grammatical rules. So the logic of this kind of research is necessarily reconstructive research, which is based on a non-empirical methodology. So what is the methodology? The methodology here is something that we call understanding. So when I see that the speaker is following some rules or is governed by some motives, I don't prove it through tests, I don't verify it through experience, I can confirm it through my understanding. Now, where does this understanding come from? It comes from the fact that I'm also a human being, and I also assume that the structure of my mind and my consciousness is similar to the structure of other person's consciousness. Now, at the same time, all these statements about what people did in the past and how they communicated and why they communicated the way they communicated doesn't allow me to make any statements or any forecasts about the future. This will be pure guesswork. Now, the nature of any future-oriented statements in communication fundamentally differs from predictive statements about natural events. Now, I say that they differ because you can still make them. It's just that the validity of these statements about future behavior of humans will have a completely different nature. Now, we can make some predictions based on theoretical insights, but these are going to be theoretical predictions. They will never be empirically true statements. Why? Well, because circumstances change, people change, and the way we respond to external stimuli will be governed by our knowledge. Now, we can make some extrapolations based on past behavioral patterns. This is true, but these will be guesses. We're just extrapolating trends. We're analyzing potential responses. We analyze them through introspection, and we can construct a scheme about what we can call, I don't know, man's character. But we also assume that this character may change because it's pretty natural for people to change. Okay, so this general explanation of how individuals make choices about actions is general, and it works for any kind of social sciences, but it's also fully applicable to communication sciences and communication events. Now, we can even argue that some generalizations can be made, and we can analyze multiple communicative interactions. We can observe some trends, we can observe some patterns, and based on these patterns, we can make some fairly vague predictions. What is important is to acknowledge in our work that these predictions remain guesses. They lack the same certainty that we can find in natural sciences. We can learn something about how people acted, how people communicated in the past. We can learn how they used language. We can learn how they used codes and schemes and tropes and whatever. And this knowledge is important because, again, that can enhance our communication skills. It can make our understanding of people's behavior a little bit deeper. This knowledge is not inferior, it's not unnecessary, it's valid. But the thing about it is that it lacks the predictive success, it lacks the forecasting power, and it lacks the ability to establish laws and regularities that we, again, expect from positivism in natural sciences. Positivism, empiricism in social sciences doesn't work and will never work the same way it works in harder natural sciences. So this is why, again, I'm wrapping up. This is why we need to exercise extreme caution when we make assumptions about scientific knowledge in communication phenomena. This is why we need to be very careful about making any conclusions about the validity of our empirical findings. In communication studies, it's really easy to create what you can call an illusion of knowledge. You conducted some tests, you run the results through SPSS, and now you think you established some correlations. This is not true. Unlike natural sciences, where causal relationships between phenomena allow us to make generalizations based on observations, in communication studies, our tests, our empirical findings rarely help us to clarify the question. Whenever we attempt to generalize from experiences, we overlook some specific characteristics of the phenomenon under investigation. This is why I always say that we need to be very cautious in extrapolating. This is, again, pretty common, not just in communication research, but generally when we make these statements. When people say, like countries like Indonesia, or countries like Thailand, or like Southeast Asian countries, there's no such a thing as a country like Indonesia. If we think of a totality of this, class of countries like Indonesia, it contains only one country, which is Indonesia. And when we compare Indonesia to Thailand or Malaysia, the important things that can help us predict what's going to happen and how they will behave as entities is not based on what's similar between them. It's based on what's actually different amongst them. So each communication event, each communicative act is unique in a way that the differences it has compared to any other event are more significant than similarities. When we focus on similarities, we create this illusion that we understand something. But in reality, what happens is that we develop this handicap, we develop this fundamental inability to replicate and predict things. Again, last few years showed us those multiple scandals, which is called replication crisis in social sciences, one of those fundamental experiments that drove the sciences in the 1970s, 1980s, like prison experiment, Stanford experiment, they all failed to be replicated. Again, it's actually very predictable why they can't be replicated, because these are not really scientific experiments. Social sciences, which are based on empirical data collection, they can produce relatively accurate descriptions, but they are not capable of making any predictions. They can't provide any convincing explanations. These are descriptive methods. You can say, okay, this is how things are, but you can't say this is how they will be, or this is why they are the way they are. In a way, we're doing kind of ethnographic or anthropological descriptive study, which is, again, extremely weak in terms of predicting future events or creating a valid explanation of past events. So to me, it's almost a scandal, the extent to which we still accept the primacy of empirical positivist approaches. And we do extremely little to question the fundamental epistemological and methodological assumption of this approach. This consensus that we are enjoying, that empirical studies will give us true knowledge about social phenomena, to me is based on this fundamental fallacy of thinking that natural phenomena and social phenomena work on exactly the same foundation, and that social hypotheses also need to be tested if we want to acquire valid knowledge about social world. Again, to me, it's a fundamental mistake, and we also see how this mistake led to multiple failures. Let's say there's general consensus that behavioral economics failed. I think it's something that we know from the 80s. And yet we still continue to apply behavioral methods in communication research. So again, I think we need to more critically assess our epistemological and methodological foundations. And I think that we need to critically think of whether positivism actually gives us the results that we need. Before I wrap up, it's not on this slide, but it's something that I want to briefly mention. One of the things that we also unfortunately borrowed from natural science is the belief that anything that can be studied is worth studying. Now, in natural sciences, it actually makes a lot of sense, because in natural sciences, we know that everything is connected, and everything can either be a cause or a consequence of something else. Therefore, no phenomenon would be too small. Everything is significant. Now, when we borrow this approach or this way of thinking and apply it to social sciences, well, suddenly we study things that, well, to me, are of very little importance. So this is why people, again, our students, our master students, often conduct this research of some really small or inconsequential phenomenon. And we have those tons of research papers that are about nothing. So I went to this conference a few weeks ago, and people were analyzing the content of some Instagram influencers. And I asked, like, why? Why are you doing it? What's the purpose of this? Like, you know that whatever this Instagram is doing probably won't be applicable to another Instagram. Like if another influencer is trying to do the same thing, it won't work the same. So okay, you analyze like the percentage of different types of content in his feed. Why is it important? What can we learn from this? And we have tons of projects like this, projects that are meaningless because we think that everything that can be studied is worth studying. It's not. Right? Some things are important, some things are not. And we need to clearly understand that in social sciences, not all questions are not just interesting, but meaningful to study. That's, again, a fundamental difference. Again, in natural sciences, everything could be potentially important. In social sciences, you can look at a question, and then you can immediately see that actually this is of no importance whatsoever, because it's of no consequences. But that's another topic. So I think I'll stop here. I know that listening to an online presentation about epistemology is difficult, so I apologize for that. I didn't know. My excuse is that I didn't know it would be an hour. So I initially thought I'll give a short talk, 15-20 minutes, but then it happened to be longer. So sorry about this. Right. I guess we can wrap it up here. So once again, sorry for making it about this and long enough, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Slatsky. I think it is very interesting, and the way you explain it doesn't feel like it's an hour or something. I mean, I still need more. So I think I can summarize some key arguments here, that basically what I learned is that empiricism is rarely useful for communication studies as it is for hard science, because of the differences in the nature of what we are observing or what we are researching. So therefore, as scholars, also students need to be more critical and exercise caution when we use empirical data. Doesn't mean that we can't use it. I mean, I know that you say that, statistics can be used to describe things, but they're rarely used to predict things. So and to interpret the research phenomenon. So we have to be able to critically assess our methodology and also our epistemology when we are dealing with the phenomenon under the communication studies. And I think your latest remark saying that as a social science researcher or as a communication science or communication studies scholars, we have to also be able to find research phenomenon that is meaningful. I hope that's kind of like summarize your key arguments here. Now, for the question and answer, I hope you are happy to wait until the end of the sessions. Would it be okay? So that we can continue to go to the next presenter, to the next keynote speaker, Professor Rahmat Kriantono. I have his here. So, yep.
Okay.
Yes, Professor, how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
So, yes, good morning. So I'm going to read the, okay, here. So the CV. So Professor Rahmat Kriantono is our own professor here at the Department of Communication, Universitas Brawijaya. At the moment, he also serves as the head of the department for the communication science, FISIP UB, from 1st March 2021 until now. He also serves as one of the assessor for Jurnal Nasional Kemenristek. He is also an active reviewer for journals such as HSR Journal, Journal of Contingency and Crisis Management, and also Malaysia Journal of Communication, UKM, among other journals. His research interest is in the area of public relation, media, crisis management, and communication. And he got his latest education, the doctorate, from School of Communication, Edith Cowan University, Western Australia. Welcome, Professor Rahmat. Today he is going to deliver his keynote speech on the paradox of the paradox of digital communication. So I think time and place is yours, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Fitri Haryana. Nice to meet you, Professor Pavel, and all of the audience. Thank you for giving me opportunity speak in this international conference. Today, I will deliver my paper titled Communication Technology Paradox. I want to the committee to share my PPT. In introduction, I will present that communication is an interaction activity. It means that communication is a mutual relationship activity between individuals in social life. So because of that, communication develops along with development of human life. It means that communication influences and is also influenced by development of human life. When technology was not yet developed, humans communicate face to face. However, now it is possible to use the telephone and the internet so people can communicate remotely. This situation results in change in the way of communicating of human life. It comes from the idea of Marshall McLuhan, technological determinism. Please deliver my PPT. Hello?
Operator?
Yeah, operator.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next. Yeah. It is the characters of internet. Yeah. Borderless, very broad, participatory with diverse participants. Internet can be used private in use. Yeah. No user restriction. Relatively free and fast communication. Messages are easy to create, very fast dissemination, yeah, and segregation based on attitudes and opinions. I think it is important for us to understand the characteristic of communication in internet. Yeah. Next. Firstly, I would like to describe, yeah, please, next. I would like to describe the step of technology growth. Yeah. I refer to Alvin Toffler's famous book entitled The Third Wave, yeah, in 1980. Toffler portrayed the steps of technology communication into three waves. First wave, approximately in 8,000 before Christ. Yeah. In this era, humans process natural resources through agriculture. So, direct, personal, and communication simple, yeah, face to face and assisted by handwriting. Yeah. Please, next PPT, operator, please. Human process natural resources through agriculture. Yeah. So direct, personal, and communication simple, face to face and assisted by handwriting or drawing media. The social structure is close and unified. So it was high social cohesiveness. For example, in Japanese society, yeah, this era is known as mangan ora mangan sing penting ngumpul. Even if there is no food, it is no problem. The important thing is to be able to gather together. In this era, mutual cooperation culture or gotong royong was conducted in daily interaction. The second wave, as a result of the industrial revolution in Europe, the society shifted from processing natural resources products to industry. This industry consisted of production, manufacturing, and energy processing renewable as oil, gas, coal, and gold processing. The human movement are increasingly expanding due to the search for materials, raw industry, and trade. Human relations have reached broader, impersonal, and needy communication media, such as letter, telephone, telex, and mass media. Social structure also become more tenuous, impersonal, and more rational, including relationship based on profit and loss. The third wave. It was when communication technology become more sophisticated and controls all aspects of life, including data processing, aviation, and outer space applications, energy engineering, computerization, and the internet. Human movement is accelerating and expanding. There is a deterritorialization of culture towards cultural uniformity. Yeah, that is, it is no longer possible to localize culture based on particular region. American culture does not only occur in the United States, but is also adopted by other society, such as the way of dressing, the way of behavior, or the way of music. It is the territorialization of culture. Now, it is interesting question. Is our society can be called information society or technological user? According to John Naisbitt, in his famous book Megatrends, information society is a production that is the result of interaction between humans and human being due to the development of communication technology innovation. However, I myself tend to agree with the opinion of Professor Dahlan, Professor Alwi Dahlan from Indonesian University, that the development of sophisticated communication technology or a literate technological society is not a guarantee that the society can be called an information society. A society is called an information society when characterized by information culture. Namely, society has information awareness high level, relying on information in everything area of life so that they are able to process and utilize information effectively and efficient, increasing effectiveness and productivity work. So the keyword is when a society can be called information society if the technology is used to increase effectiveness and productivity work. On the one hand, today's communication technology provides convenience for human civilization. Human development is accelerating and widespread because it is easy to share information. Transaction can also be done online, which is cheaper. Please, next PPT. Transaction can also be done online, which is cheaper. New job opportunities arise, and technology is able to train intelligent such as intrapersonal intelligence. Yeah, individuals have capability to understanding technology features, visual, spatial, or kinesthetic intelligence. Yeah. And then our society has entered the era of technological society, which is society of users or consumer of technology, but cannot yet be called an information society. On the other hand, the proliferation of technology has not been optimized to improve the quality of life of the community. Technology has not been used optimally for bureaucracy, such as correspondence or data receiving or other public service. The meet and greet culture or face-to-face communication still colors the public service bureaucracy. That is, people still have to come directly to the public service office, even if it just to submit a photocopy of the birth certificate or KTP. Many students are on the internet, but more for games or other entertainment. Not many have used the internet to explore scholarly scientific journals, to enrich their knowledge, or for reference to write a thesis. Technology is still mostly only used for entertainment, yeah, and not yet used to improve the quality of life. So that the Indonesian nation has strength competitiveness with other nations. In fact, technology has decreased the quality of face-to-face interaction. People have become antisocial or self-isolation because they are engrossed in playing gadgets, and social cohesion has turned into cyberspace cohesion. Addiction to button pushing or screen sweeping, extensive study time, and replace reading culture. There is social isolation, not face-to-face. Technology makes us perform many acts of communication, but these acts of communication are not necessarily useful, even though even today, not a few interaction through social media contain blasphemy, berating, slander, divide and conquer, insulting, and mocking others. Violations of Islamic religions are increasing because social media make it easier for people to commit slander, spread hoaxes, gossip, rumor, and speak ill of other people. This also distance communication science from the philosophical wisdom of Indonesian society, Pancasila. On the contrary, knowledge and the communication process only become a means of dividing the nation. Adler and Rothman has written that more communication is not always better. One key to successful communication is to share an adequate amount of information in skillful manner. Next. I will present my latest research to prove the Marshall of Luhan ideas about technological determinism. It is still under review in one of national accredited journals. Technology is able to create the communication characters of the society. This is according to Marshall McLuhan, yeah, and he features who made the history of the mass media and the center of the history of civilization at large. According to McLuhan, the way of communicating results in a change of the way of human life. Communication media is the essence of civilization. Communication media are extension of the human mind. According to McLuhan, the medium is the message. It means that the type of media itself, not including the type of message content, is a message that has an impact on society. And the media is the extension of human senses. Media is an extension of human senses. For example, newspaper are an extension of the eye. Radio is extension of the ear. And television is an extension of the sense of sight, hearing, and touch. Newspapers have a visual bias. A newspaper has a visual bias, which creates a perceptual system that is linear, sequential, tend to organize and arrange based on certain order, giving rise to individualism, yeah, according to McLuhan. So newspaper make society individualism. We read newspaper through a certain systematic pattern, from left to right, then move down and start again from left to right, so that it trains people to be rational, including the size of the profit and loss of everything. Oral media is biased toward sound. Oral media is biased toward sound, more free and random, more involving the element of emotion, not durable, so it needs to be repeated, continuous interaction in the context of proximity or time binding, so as to give birth to close social ties. Yeah, so my people, yeah, Indonesian people, has longer in oral media. Yeah, Indonesian people live in longer time. Some some centuries, yeah, in oral media. So this situation make our society close social ties, support community and relationship. Some culture like gotong royong, mutual helping each other, yeah, is result in this situation. Audiovisual, radio, and television actually emphasize oral culture over written or read culture. As a result, emotional, imaginative, and irrational elements are increasingly inherent in our society's thinking patterns. In my research, I really the questionnaire number of respondents based on the principle of convenience sampling and principle about max number of respondents is better. There were 132 respondents who fill out the questionnaire, divided into 3 categories. divided into three categories. The first is students in 2000s era, students in 1990s era, and students in 2020 era, or current university students. The instrument was designed to answer the question, when you have an undergraduate lecture in the classroom and the lecturer is not present, what do you most often while waiting for the lecture? Up to the question, where do you usually get reference sources for lecture? The collected data were analyzed using descriptive statistics, and the result can be seen in this PPT. Please next. Yeah. Okay. This is the general result. Yeah. From the result, it can be concluded, yeah, that this the result confirm the theory of technological determinism, that the development of communication technology can affect behavior, mindset, and social interaction. Face-to-face personal communication has been replaced by communication using the internet. This study also proved that chatting behavior is still the most widely used communication behavior when waiting for the lecturer to attend class. The development of technology makes reading habits begin to be abandoned, while the habit of playing handphones becomes the most frequent. This study, however, has limitation related to the data generation because it uses convenient sampling, which is chosen for convenience. Even with a large sample size, the distribution of samples between categories of students era is not the same. However, the result of this study can be used as an initial study to understand behavioral trends due to technological development. I think Dr. Fitri, that's it, my presentation. Yeah, so I bring back to you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ahmad, for the keynote address today. So I guess I can kind of like making some conclusions that actually both of our speakers critical over rationality that is being applied in research and technological development. And I think both of the keynote speakers today critique grand narratives on knowledge development, as well as that to focus on technological and scientific progress without really paying attention to what are the problems that can come because of those developments. So I think those are two very well keynote speech that were being delivered by two of our guests today. Now I think it is time for us for questions and answer sessions. And if you have questions, please have a do so. We approximately have 30 minutes, and if you still have questions, you can add more up to 45 minutes. So maybe, and you can use of course, you are encouraged to speak in English. But then if you join, then you can still do it in Bahasa Indonesia, and I'll try to help you to ask the questions to our speakers today. So for now, let's open the questions and answer session. You can do it through chat box below, or you can do it directly. Okay, let me have a look. Okay, so we have something at the chat box that's related to your That's not good. So please do so. While waiting for the questions from the participants, I would like to ask you questions if that's okay. So first question, I would like to use to ask the question to Dr. Satsky. You said that statistics can be used in a lot of aspects. You mentioned that it can be used for describing things, but not for predictions.
Mhm.
So can you please explain more?
Sorry,
Yeah.
there's something with your microphone. Sometimes you disappear. Can you?
Oh, okay. Am I disappearing?
Like right now?
I'm going to take off my microphone.
Now I can't hear you. I can, but I can't understand.
All right.
Oh, this is better. Yes.
For a second.
Yeah, this is much better. You can just speak like this. Now I can't hear you again.
What about now?
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Where did you lose me? Is it like from the very beginning or?
No, it's on and off.
No.
It's on and off. But okay, if you can repeat your question, would be nice.
Okay, so the question, I think while waiting for our participants to ask questions, you are encouraged to ask questions in English, but if you want to use Bahasa Indonesia, that is okay. I would try to translate them for you, and then you can also ask them into the chat box. But while waiting for the participants, I'd like to ask questions to Dr. Slatsky first. So you mentioned that, statistics can be used, but it's different from the way we use it for the hard science. So I just want to ask questions because you mentioned that, well, yes, statistics can be used to describe things, but not for predictions. Okay,
Yes.
Can you mention to me, because we have a lot of studies and research that, can predict things based on the statistical, evidence. So I want to know more. And I'm not a statistician, I'm a critical scholar, so I'm not against that. But I just want you to explain more about that for the benefit of every one of us here. Thank you.
Well, we sometimes feel that we can predict things based on statistical descriptions, because we base this forecast on the assumptions that humans will not change. Basically, because they did something in the past, they will continue doing the same thing in the future. But in fact, nothing in the descriptive statistics or inferential statistics tells us that this is true. Again, once you establish a law or a regularity about a phenomenon in the natural world, well, you assume that this is how it is, and you also assume that without any causally sufficient condition, the behavior of this phenomenon will remain the same. Well, with human actors, we definitely know that this is not the case. Just because you do something today or yesterday or 3 days ago doesn't mean that you will be doing the same thing tomorrow. You know that you can change your course of action, and your choices are not predetermined by your past. You know that you can learn new things. You know that, say, even if you, I don't know, buy the same thing over and over again, it doesn't mean that you will buy the same product tomorrow. Your choice can be influenced by some new knowledge or by some new condition. And that's the thing. So our ability to predict is fundamentally not just limited. It's an illusion that we can predict things. This is why so many social phenomena are not predictable. Another thing is that when we predict the behavior of physical entities or natural entities like molecules or atoms or planets, well, their behavior is described through the very definition of them, like what they are, trees or what they are, whatever. When we talk about social phenomena like wars or revolutions or whatever, well, it's not just a molecular movement of some people, from one place to another, right? The definition of a social phenomenon doesn't really rely on the behavior of things, of items, of entities. Right? What's the difference between, let's say, sorry, I have some construction work in the office going on. I don't know if you can hear this. Sorry about this. Well, building a new library. So anyway, cut long story short, a riot, a revolution, or a war are not predictable simply because, well, what they happen to be only is defined in retrospection. So there's this famous saying, let me remember what exactly it sounds like. Treason, they never prosper. What's the reason? Because when they prosper, no one dares call it treason, right? Because if it succeeds, it's a revolution. So the action can be the same, but we define them after they're already over. Social phenomena, they acquire their meanings, they acquire their definitions not before they occur, but after they occur in our historical analysis. So this is why predictions are kind of impossible.
Sorry, this is like, is that okay if I keep, yeah. So, yeah. So if that is so, would you think that even if it's sometimes, we do a statistical method because we want to simplify the world, right? We have to do something in a grand scale. Let's say we want to make policy, then we have to know at least what is the patterns of behaviors amongst people, let's say like that. So I think statistical is still important, but wouldn't you think that it can be used to predict things with enough or sufficient additional evidence that might be used, for instance, qualitative studies or more informed and more meaningful questions around those predictions? Because if we think about how we use that in practical terms, we need a lot of things to predict in the future. Let's say, like consumers' behavior, let's say from the management communication point of view, let's say. So what do you think about that?
Well, I'm glad that you brought up both of these examples. I think the tremendous failure of policies all over the world shows us that this idea that you can develop policies based on some kind of empirical research is fundamentally flawed. This is why we have all those economic problems and economic crisis. Because, by the way, like the economic policies of the past, how many, 6-7 decades was based primarily on statistical research, and obviously it's a spectacular failure all over the world, where we rely on economic policies based on statistical models. Again, most of these failures are easily predictable if you use some priori or rationalistic approaches to economics. This is, let's say, what Austrian School of Economics does, but we're not talking about economics at the moment. Now, if you think about consumer behavior and consumer research, if you take the most successful company on earth, which is obviously Apple, with the highest capitalization, Apple is famous for never ever doing any consumer research. It's a company's policy. They don't do any consumer research at all, because they believe that innovation can't be based on research. Research can only tell you what people know in the past. They won't tell you what the future will be like, because you innovate, you create the future. You can't create the future if you look backwards. You need to look forward. So Apple doesn't do any testing. Steve Jobs famously said back when he invented graphic interface, he said that it's useless and stupid to ask people if they want to have a graphic interface if they have never seen one.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have questions here from audience? Otherwise, I can ask questions to Professor Rahmat. While waiting for the questions from the audience, Professor Rahmat, it is very interesting on your current studies on technological determinism, right? You mentioned that technology has a lot of good impacts for society, but at the other side, it's a paradox. It also hasn't sufficiently fulfilled the need humans need in general. What do you think of what we can do? Let's say I'm a communication for social change scholars. What kind of person like me can do to make use of technology that I know inherently they both good and bad at the same time? But what is your thought on how can we utilize it better for, like, let's say, changing the society for the better?
Okay, thank you. I think it is a hard questions. Let me answer in Bahasa Indonesia, Dr. Fitri. Please translate for the audience. Okay. Ya, saya kira perkembangan teknologi komunikasi itu harus bersifat komplementer, not substitution. Ya, it is complementer, not substitution. Dampak yang positif harus kita jaga, ya. Dampak yang negatif harus kita kurangi. Nah, indikator dari dampak yang positif dan negatif ini adalah bagaimana kita menjaga identitas kemanusiaan. Dan sampai kita sebagai human being, ya, itu identitas kita kalah dengan produk-produk yang dihasilkan oleh manusia. Ya, jadi budaya-budaya yang baik ya harus kita jaga. Nah, apa yang bisa kita lakukan yaitu edukasi. Edukasi pertama terkait dengan perilaku. Jangan sampai teknologi itu menurunkan menurunkan kualitas interaksi sosial kita. Kita menjadi terisolasi. Ya, isolasi sosial hanya karena akibat dari penggunaan teknologi. Ya, kemudian juga lunturnya nilai-nilai budaya bangsa. Karena sekarang ini yang menguasai teknologi itu adalah orang-orang di luar kita, di luar masyarakat kita. Ya, siapa yang memproduksi teknologi, maka disitulah ideologi maupun budaya mereka ikut masuk di dalamnya. Nah, karenanya kita hati-hati jangan hanya menjadi user teknologi. Tetapi seperti yang tadi saya sampaikan, masyarakat informasi itu apabila teknologi itu kita gunakan untuk efektivitas produksi, efektivitas kerja, ini sangat luas artinya, termasuk yang dimaksud produksi ini, yaitu bagaimana budaya, etos kita, ya, nilai-nilai kelokalan kita itu menyebar dan kemudian diaplikasikan lewat penggunaan teknologi. Ya. Kemudian yang terakhir tentunya literasi penggunaan teknologi jangan hanya menjadi alat untuk memecah bangsa, kemudian alat untuk mendikotomi antara sesama ya masyarakat ya, itu perlu kita lakukan literasi terus-menerus. Saya kira itu Dr. Fitri.
Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much. So we have a question from the audience for Dr. Pavel Slatsky. Dr. Slatsky mentioned that it is hard to make generalization in communication studies and about pointing out differences instead of similarity that we have in the scope of communication research, especially when doing research in Indonesia or Southeast Asia. Can you please elaborate on the statement on why this is more beneficial or urgently needed to do?
Well, I wouldn't say anything is urgent, like nothing of what we do is urgent. It's communication studies. Let's not overestimate our own significance. I generally think that any attempts to generalize lead to making us ignore the key things that are fundamentally important, and these are differences. You can see how this happens, let's say, in applied fields, for example, in marketing or in advertising, when companies plan their overseas expansion and they think, again, I'm not talking about telecommunication now, they think about their marketing efforts in Southeast Asia. And very often that's exactly what companies do. They would have their cluster office that would be responsible for their marketing and marketing communications campaign in all ASEAN countries. Usually these companies will be headquartered in Singapore, sometimes in KL, sometimes in Bangkok, and then they will plan their regional expansion as if the whole region was kind of one homogeneous market. But again, it's a fundamental mistake because all the important things about, again, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Myanmar, it's not what they have in common, but it's what they have different amongst them. From the history, let's say colonization history, colonized by, I don't know, Netherlands or Britain or not colonized at all, religious differences, Buddhist, Muslim, Hindu. They determine cultural patterns and to an extent determine preferences, tastes, and other things. And as you think about it, well, you need to clearly focus on those differences, because these differences are going to reveal much more valuable information about the countries, about the markets, about people in these markets. Whereas all your attempts to generalize, focus on what you have in common, are much more likely to lead to some fundamental mistakes, because you're going to be more likely to ignore some important factors. So focusing on similarities, to me, is just fundamentally a much more dangerous strategy.
All right, thank you very much. Tania, does it answer your question, Tania? Thank you so much. All right. So do we still have another question here from our participants? Let's see. All right, I'm going to go to Professor Ahmad while waiting for the questions from the audience. We still have probably maybe 10 more minutes. Just want to make use of the time. So Professor Ahmad, can you please tell me the methodology that you used in studying is it oral communication, was it, right? The one that your current studies. Can you please tell me a little bit more about the methodology that you use? Because I know that you usually do more positivistic research.
Yeah.
Yeah. Research. That's why it is very interesting to see it. Maybe you can converse with Dr. Satsky, because I saw your expression when it talks about statistics that, can you please explain a little bit more how you use your methodology in your research?
Okay. I tend to positivist thinking because the main reason is I don't have enough time research in qualitative. So this is the main reason, and the second reason is to prove the theory of technological determinism. Yeah. So the question is related in Google Form for 3 categories of respondents. The students in 1990s, yeah. Now maybe they are 50-year-old, and the students in 2000s era, and the students in 2020 or current student. I relay the questionnaire to my college's lecturer. Yeah, my college's lecturer in all of the it is convenience. Yeah, for generalization, convenience sample is limited. Yeah, limitation has a very limitation. It is cannot can be generalized the data. So from the research, I don't want to make it generalization. Yeah, but it is only like a pilot study to them that technological determinism occur. Yeah, and the second the result is the chatting, oral behavior, communication oral is still occur, still happen in Indonesian society, but not oral directly face to face, yeah, but through social media, yeah, through handphone, yeah, but the use of handphone is still for oral culture, oral community. I think, Dr. Fitri.
All right, thank you very much. So guys, if you want to have questions, please raise your hand right now or comment on chat. I think raise your hand will be better. I think will be the last question if you don't have one anymore. I think I saw somebody raise their hands. Let's invite Benedicta. Benedicta? No more questions?
This Altabella raising her hand.
Who is it?
Altabella.
Okay.
Bella? Okay.
It's okay.
Sorry, Altabella.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Bu Fitri, and thank you to Prof. Pavel and Prof. Rahmat for the very interesting presentation. So I wanna ask from the views of Prof. Pavel and Prof. Rahmat about in the next 5 years, where will the communication studies will lead, especially in digital era? Like we know that moreover now we are heading towards industry 5.0, like AI, artificial intelligence. So maybe in the communication studies, will it like in the digital era, like yeah, like you get.
So the essence of the question, what is your predictions? Not the prediction.
Yeah,
What is
yes, the
predictions about the
predictions.
future of communication studies in the new era, right?
Yes,
Or the
yeah.
new era of AI, the new era of industrialism, post-industrialism.
Yeah.
thing.
Moreover, now we are heading towards industry 5.0, like that.
Industry
Yeah,
5.0.
thank you.
So yeah, thank you, Altabella. Who would like to answer first, Professor Rahmat or Dr. Sotsky?
Oh, I can begin if you want. I think that there are kind of two different questions. One is what the future of the communication industry will be like, and another question is what is the future of communication studies, and these are not the same. Now, if we think about the future of communication studies, practically speaking, I'm not very optimistic about it. And mainly for the reason that Altabella mentioned, the development of AI. I already see a lot, and I expect even more really rubbish research done with the help of AI. And I mean, it's detectable, but as AI technologies are going to get better and more sophisticated, it's going to be much, much harder for a human or even non-human to detect. And the text that the paper and book has been AI generated. So we're going to have much more papers and much more really bad papers. So this is about the future of communication research. I also think that in terms of studies, we are in a fairly risky situation, again, as communication students particularly, because if in the past people would go to Wikipedia and ask a question, well, now they often ask ChatGPT. And there's a fundamental difference because Wikipedia, with all its shortcomings and disadvantage, it's still based on a very kind of if you want Western concept of knowledge, that you need to go to a source, you need to verify, this source, and you need to have some reference. So basically, you need to have some way to prove the validity of your definition, assertion, explanation. Now, ChatGPT doesn't do this. ChatGPT doesn't have the concept of truth or sources or reliability. What it has is the concept of probability. Like it's something that could have been said or could potentially, probably, sounds plausible. And because of this, it tends to recreate or misattribute things to non-existent sources. It's called hallucination. So sometimes you would ask a question about a particular theory, and then it would give you a quote from a book. And the book may exist, may not exist, but the quote definitely doesn't exist. So it creates a quote that potentially could have been created by this author. So this is not just pseudo-truth. It's like probable truth. And the more people will be relying on it, the further away we're going to get from knowledge, from truth, from verified kind of ideas into the realms of probable. And I think for communication studies and for any science in general, this is pretty dangerous when you replace kind of source-based true knowledge with the idea of probable. But this is happening, and this is going to happen more and more, particularly amongst the students who, again, instead of reading books, would ask ChatGPT to tell them what this book is about, and ChatGPT would come up with something which will look plausible. And then we will have a whole generation of people who never check the source, but they only got this kind of plausibly sounding interpretations of what the source could have been. And then these people will ask ChatGPT to write articles for them, and then we're going to kind of reproduce more and more of this, plausibly sounding, potentially probable semi-knowledge. So I think this is fundamentally very dangerous and risky. But this is where we're heading, and this is where we are almost, we almost got there. And by the way, unlike many people, I'm not at all optimistic about the future of artificial intelligence in communication. I don't think it's quite as good as many people think.
Okay, yeah, not seems too overly optimistic, yeah. Now, what about Professor Erka? Do you have any different ideas on the future of communication studies, especially in the era of the AI? So what do you think?
Okay, indeed, we have to live with technology. We must improve our abilities in technological literacy. We must be actors, not technological objects. We actually have a culture of mutual cooperation, and with technology, this culture can be developed into high economic value, effective and efficiently. Such as we can see Gojek, Grab, Tokopedia, and so on. Yeah, I think this is a good example that we can use technology in effective and efficient. For communication research, I think it is interesting to increase research on changes in people's behavior, and also how society can influence the development of communication technology. For example, technology can shape new social structures, not only the behavior of people, but technology can shape new social structure. For example, the LGBT phenomenon. Yeah, LGBT has created a new social structure abroad. Yeah, there have been changes to marriage law. Yeah, for example, I think it should be a consideration for us to research in the future. Thank you, Dr. Fitri.
So thank you very much. So I think that's conclude our discussion today, our keynote speeches. I would like to thank both of our excellent keynote speakers, Dr. Pavel Slatsky from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, as well as Professor Rahmat Kriyantono from Universitas Brawijaya for delivering such excellent keynote speeches today. And I really hope that our discussions today can really broaden our knowledge and makes us really think carefully for the future of communication studies, because it may not be as positive as it may look, but we still have to go there. This is something that we do, and this is something that we have to keep on going. And let's hope for the best. Let's hope that whatever technology that we have, we can become the actor, as Professor Rahmat says, that we not just become the technology development. Thank you very much for your coming today. I appreciate it so much, and I think I have to return to our MC today. Thank you very much. Delip, back to you.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Fitri, Prof. Erka, dan Prof. Pavel. Hadirin yang terhormat, selanjutnya adalah waktu isoma. Para hadirin dipersilahkan untuk beristirahat dan dapat kembali lagi ke sini pukul 12.30.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Fitri, Professor Pavel, and Professor Rahmat for the valuable insights that we have been showered for more than an hour. Now we're going to have our break that will last until 12:30. So everybody in the Zoom are allowed to do prayers, to do the lunch or anything that you want to do within the break session. So we will see you guys in 12:30 in the same Zoom meeting, just like now. Thank you and see you later.
see you. Can you hear
Hi.
my voice?
Hi. You are Yu Yong.
I think I need.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear. Very clear. It's good to see you today.
Okay, thank
How are
you.
you
Thank
doing
you.
there in Taiwan?
Yeah, the weather is a little bit hot. Still
As
near.
usual. No, I know. You know, I just graduated from Songshan Tasui last
Really? Okay.
April. So I just came back like semester last September, I mean. So it was great
Okay.
to stay in Taiwan for 4 years. I know a little bit.
Oh,
Yes.
do you miss Taiwan?
A lot. Oh, a lot. I live in Kaohsiung before.
Kaohsiung, yeah. It is even hotter than Jiayi. I
Correct.
live in Jiayi,
Correct.
yeah.
Yes, because I live like nearby the beach, right? It was so
Yeah.
hot.
Yeah. Even now it's
so
November.
Okay, yeah. I was
Yeah.
missing the winter in Taiwan, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Express, yes. Okay, Prof. Chen, I think I need to sure that Prof. Enric was
And
here.
yes.
Here.
Yeah.
So before we start, what do you
Yeah.
think?
But I have
Agenda?
No. Since my session have 1 hour, and I prepare maybe 3 or 5 minutes for a very short personal introduction. Should I share my PowerPoint to see if it work?
Okay, sure. Do you want to try?
So how can I share? I try to share my
your PowerPoint. You can just you can just share your screen.
Yeah, now I am sharing the screen. Can you see my PowerPoint about this?
Yes, we can see it clearly.
And I want to make sure if I is this okay now?
You look so gorgeous. Yes, we can see it. Sure.
Because I think there maybe have another 5 minutes to make me to introduce to myself. So maybe I can do some.
Yes.
Can I? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So then after
Prof. Jian, wait a second.
Yeah.
I think because we are here have a MC, Master of Ceremony, so let her take the chance to lead our session today. What do you think?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, she will please you to she will invite you to present your introduction later. Okay.
Sure.
Yes. MC, could you please? I invite you.
Oke, selamat siang. Selamat datang kembali di BCIC 2023. Bersama saya Ocha dan rekan saya
Ivan.
Kita akan mulai. Tiba saatnya kita sesi keynote speaker yang kedua. Pada sesi kedua ini akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. Miu Jian, yang selanjutnya dilanjutkan oleh Profesor Enric Odrekdigo dengan moderator Ibu Yuyun Agusriani SPD MSc. Waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third Brawijaya Communication International Conference. We hope you had an amazing lunch, amazing rest as well. Before we go into the second keynote speaker session, I would like to say thank you. I would like to say hello to Professor Dr. Miao Jujian, ni hao, and to Professor Enric Orderigo, hola, ¿cómo estás? And this session will be moderated by our lecturer from our faculty, Mrs. Yuyun Agusriani, SPD, MSc, PhD. To Ibu Yuyun, the time and screen are yours.
Thank you very much, both of you. Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot your name, guys. But you know, I was so happy that today we have Prof. Miao Jian and also Prof. Enric from Spain. Oh, this is so great. And also, first of all, I would like to thank to all the audiences which is already spare your time to attend this thoughtful event. So before I start for the next session, which is the
two both scholars will deliver their thought and research, I think we are going to please for them to introduce themselves. Okay, what do you think if we will start this by let Professor Miao Chu Tian to introduce herself? Please, I invite you, the time for you, Professor.
So you mean now I introduce myself?
Yes, you may.
To all the start to share my PowerPoint.
Yes, please.
The personal introduction, and after the personal introduction, you can play my presentation by video, right?
Okay.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Let me share my introduction PowerPoint. Please wait for me. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, we can see it clear.
Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm very happy to be the conference online. And I want to make a short introduction to myself. So who am I? I'm Miao Zhen. And I received my PhD in communication in National Zhengzhi University, which is NCCU in Taipei, Taiwan, and in 2002. So after I have taught for more than 20 years, now I'm a full professor of the Department of Communication and the Graduate Institute of Telecommunications in National Zhongzheng University, which is CCU in Jiayi, Taiwan. So my campus and my university is beautiful, and it is a famous filmed location of idol drama. I'm not sure if you remember in the early 2000s, Meteor Garden.
I remember this much. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, that is what my university located. So welcome to yeah, welcome to my university, CCU. And about my research interest and publication encompass a wide range of topics, including the cultural and political economy study of reality TV programs, indie music scene, and DIY culture in Taiwan, China, and Hong Kong, and across Asia. And I has published several academic articles in both Chinese and English. And I has co-edited with Professor Eva Tsai and Donghong Ho for the Routledge Global Popular Music Series book, which is Made in Taiwan, Studies in Popular Music. So my major research interest is in popular music. And I had also some side projects since 2022. I has been self-published a zine titled MJ Big and has released 2 issues to date. And besides, I'm a lifelong indie music fan and underground cultural activities goer. So here is my selected publication. Most of them included the indie music scene in Taiwan, across Taiwan Strait, so including Taiwan and mainland China. And I also started lab venues both in Beijing and Taipei. And there are many publications I wrote in Chinese. So I started the lab music venues after COVID-19. And I also studied the punk fanzine and zine cultures in Taiwan. So, okay. So today I will share my latest research focus on music streaming services, and I record my presentation. So I hope you enjoy my latest study. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, operator, could you please show the video, the presentation video from Prof. Miao Chu Qian?
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I'm Miao Rujuan, a professor from the Communication Department at National Zhongzheng University in Taiwan. Today, I am excited to share my latest research titled Branded Competition for User Experience of International and Local Music Streaming Services, case study from Taiwan. Okay, here we go. Here is an overview of my presentation. I will start by delving into the background and research question and method of my research. And I will discuss the findings that I have gathered and show you my main arguments of three phenomena of the changing listening culture. And in the end, I will share with you my conclusion. So here is the part one introduction. How do you listen to music? Play CDs, vinyl, or through apps on computers or mobile phones? I believe many of you will answer mobile phones. So this is not only a change in our daily life, but also a major change in the music industry in the past 10 years. So our relationship with listening to music is changing, and it is currently undergoing a significant transformation. So here is the figure one, illustrate the annual total revenues of the global record music industry from 1999 to 2022. This is an annual report announced by International Federation of the Phonographic Industry every year. And in the figure, we can see the blue block represents streaming, and the red block represents physical records, and the green one represents digital downloads. So clearly, sales of the physical records in the past 10 or 20 years have significantly declined, while streaming revenue is becoming increasingly permanent. And obviously, since 2016, streaming music has surpassed digital download, emerging as a primary driving force in the global music industry. So we can see that since 2016, it is streamed music, not digital music, is changing the global music industry. So in the midst of this transformation, it is crucial to recognize that it is the major technology companies, rather than the traditional record labels like Universal, Sony Music, and Warner Music, that are leading the changes in the music industry. And these technology giants include platforms like Spotify, Apple Music, or Amazon. as well as various regional or local streaming service. Here in the case of Taiwan is KKBOX. So here are some important literatures that I mainly refer to. So we can understand that music streaming platform is a new cultural production model. Neighbor and Paul calling it as the platformization of cultural production. And so this kind of cultural production model, which has changed the status of musical works and the commodity form of music, it also creates a new type of commodity and competition for digital music. And some research like Nagers lament that today music has become data on the platform rather than a valuable work of art. You know, from the point of view of musician, they think our work is art, but from the perspective of platform, your music is just the data. So music on streaming platform is not a product with a price. The users of platform pay for the service from the platform, not pay for the music. So some researchers also pointed out the real commodity sold on platform is music streaming services, which is also the branded experience. So therefore, we subscribe not for each album, but subscribe for the service of different brands like KKBOX, like Spotify, Apple Music, or YouTube. So, and some previous research has primarily focused on the rise of the digital platform and the powerful algorithmic recommendations. But among those literature, there are few attention paid to the competition between international and the local music streaming platforms, and there have been few comparative studies on users' branded experiences. So here is a survey in 2021 conducted by Taiwan Creative Content Agency, TECA. In Taiwan's music streaming market, the leading four in 2021, the leading four major brands are local brand KKBOX with 41.2% market share of streaming subscribers, and Spotify with 31.4%, and YouTube and YouTube Music with 25.5%, and Apple Music with 14.9%. So that means among paid users, each person subscribes more than one platform. But in the same survey in 2022, the market share ranking has changed. KKBOX fell to third place, and YouTube and YouTube Music rose to the first place. And Spotify's market share also increased, ranking second. So it is obviously that the local brand KKBOX is losing subscribers. So what happened to our listening behavior in Taiwan? And what happened to the local music streaming market? So against the above background, my research would like to explore the following 3 questions. The first one, what product and services do different music streaming platforms offer? And second, how do international and the local music streaming brands compete for user experience in Taiwan? And the third, how has the local music listening culture changed or evolved during the music streaming era? So here is my research method. My study period is from January 2022 to November 2022, which mainly included document and data collection. I collect many documents, including promotional and marketing material from official websites, press release of music streaming forms, and various annual reports and media articles. And I conduct a simple online survey to recruit respondents. And then I conducted 10 focus group interviews in the end with 40 participants, and among them 27 female and 13 male. Average age is 34.53. So the following is my preliminary findings. Answer to question 1. What products and services do different music streaming platforms offer? So here is table 1, lists the basic information of the 4 leading music streaming services in Taiwan. We can see that the local brand KKBOX was established in 2005, even earlier than Spotify. However, it only served 6 markets: Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, Singapore, Malaysia, and Japan, while Spotify has 184 markets. When comparing the number of monthly active users of international brands and the local brands, there is also a huge disparity in number. KKBOX claims to have 10 million members, but 2 million paid users. But for Spotify has 550 million users in 2023, and among them 220 million are paid subscribers. And YouTube even claims to have 2 billion users worldwide and currently has 80 million paid users. And regarding the competition of the 4 major brands, Table 2 lists users' branded experience from our focus group interviews, and we can see that each brand has its own general or unique platform characteristics. So my study analyzed and compared 3 aspects: interface and control, music content and quality, marketing and services. So we can see that KKBOX offers a specialized advantage in Asian music market, while its operation maybe less intuitive operation, and it is good in providing dynamic lyrics and a convenient lyrics sharing function. And KKBOX boasts an extensive library of Chinese pop, J-pop, and K-pop music, and giving it a significant edge. Moreover, it holds more music copyrights for live concerts, TV dramas, and talent shows, so making it a go-to platform for various entertainment content. So you can listen to the KKBOX for a very popular hip-hop competition program on TV, and then you can, after you seen the TV program, you can easily to find the song list from the KKBOX. And as the pioneering local music streaming services, KKBOX try hard to offer attractive subscription plans, especially for telecom users. So KKBOX cooperate with the local telecom company. If you use their mobile phone number, you can have a special price of subscribing KKBOX. And as for Spotify, its strength lies in user-friendly interface and characterized by a clean and simple design that enhances the overall experience. And the platform offers a diverse and well-organized music libraries with detailed classifications and a wide range of genre-based or content-driven playlists. And Spotify stands out for its powerful automatic recommendations, helping users discover new music seamlessly. Additionally, it provides users with personalized annual listening report that is very popular for users, and it is adding a delightful touch to user experience. And Spotify also offers a freemium option for PC users, and ensuring accessibility for all music enthusiasts. And as for Apple Music, it offers a sleek and nice interface design, although it may have a slightly less intuitive operation. But Apple Music shines in its curated playlist, often curated by experts in the field, and the automatic recommendation feature, while somewhat polarizing, some users like it, some users don't. So showcases a unique approach to music discovery. But according to our focus group, many users emphasize that Apple Music has a key advantage of its seamless integration with Apple product or Apple product like iPod or iPad and iWatch. And moreover, so this will enhance the overall ecosystem experience of Apple Music products. And moreover, the platform offers a cost-effective plans such as student plan priced at just $2.20 in US dollar, and it's very cheap per month, so making it an attractive option for students. And YouTube Music, compared to other music platforms, YouTube Music, known for its vast content, has a complex interface design, and it creates more social media experiences, especially the like, comment, and the like or dislike mechanism that will allow users to engage with the content. And notably, users can play video in the background and offering a multi-dimensional experience. And YouTube Music's strength lies in its audio and video mix and the diverse user-uploaded content, making it a hub for creativity. So the auto recommendation feature your mix added a personalized touch to music discovery. And with the introduction of YouTube Premium in 2019 and affordable student plans, the platform offers both an ad-free experience and enhanced features for subscribers. So, answer to the question 2, how do international and local music streaming brands compete for users in Taiwan? According to our analysis, every music platform aims to meet users' needs and has its own unique strategies to compete. Spotify arrived in Taiwan in 2013, and Apple Music entered in 2016, both creating tough competition for KKBOX. So this is the logic of massive data and better recommendation, because KKBOX faces a challenge with its recommendations since it can match the vast user data of international platforms like Spotify, which has over 550 million users globally. And KKBOX has only about 10 million users. So in order to keep their local user engaged, KKBOX organized many online and offline activities to interact with users. And KKBOX, originally as a tech company, introduced a cool function named Dynamic Links, which especially it is a very pioneer before other international platforms. It will allow users to click on any lyrics, and the app will automatically skip to that section for playback. So you can click on any lyric and hear that part of the song immediately. But if we look at a world map showing where each music streaming service is available, we can see how can local music streaming brands compete with international streaming platforms. according to the market size. So this is Spotify, available in 184 markets. And this is Apple Music, available in 115 countries. And this is YouTube, less than Spotify and Apple Music, but still available in 95 countries. And this is KKBox, the blue one, very blue. Only a regional brand from Taiwan, available in 6 markets, just like we mentioned. So that's why KKBox struggle to compete with the international platform, and KKBox struggles to create advanced algorithm because it has less data, affecting how accurately it can recommend music. In contrast, an international platform benefits from massive user base and more significant resources, so allowing international platform to excel in recommendation technologies. So answer to question 3. So how has the local music listening culture changed during the music streaming era? My studies highlight 3 aspects of changing listening culture in the age of competing music streaming services. Listener, I call it as 3 phenomena: listening alone, listening together, and always listening. So here is first, listening alone. Listening alone refer to the personalized ways of listening that all platforms provide to satisfy individual users. It is the so-called masked personalization of listening, which creates masked microspaces and moments, which allows individuals to enjoy music in their own unique way. And just like one of my interviewees said, he don't listen to music, but sometimes he will listen to the white noise when he is going to bed. He is happy to have a white noise as a company. So you can create your own playlist. It is very personal, and the more likely you create your own playlist, the more likely you are to stay with the same service. You don't want to change. It's kind of a brand loyalty. And besides, Spotify has a very popular annual report, Spotify Wrapped. It is like every year there is a Spotify Wrapped fraud. Spotify Wrapped is a viral marketing campaign released annually since 2016, every early December. So the campaign allows Spotify users to view a combination of data about their activity on the platform over the past year, and invites them to share it on social media. So it will send you, it's time to get to know your listening personality, and it will show you your top 5 most listen to artists, and it will analyze your listening personality and tell you who you are. You are an adventurer, you are a sound seeker, and he will also tell you what is your favorite genre. So every December, from the last few years, the Spotify Wrapped, it is hard to imagine anyone has managed to escape the flood of their friends' and annual report provided by Spotify. Everyone share their Spotify Wrapped. And the second, listening together. Listening together means streaming users like to engage in collaborative listening as well. For example, Spotify facilitates its interface for easy sharing on social media, especially on Instagram stories. So it enabling immediate listening and sharing on your Facebook, Instagram, and you can even invite friends to create collaborative playlists easily when traveling together or having a party. It even becomes a social. One of my interviewee told us it even become a social pressure for people who only subscribe to Apple Music because your friends use Spotify. So he is thinking about, should I change to subscribe Spotify instead of Apple Music? And compared with Spotify, the local brand KKBOX has developed a listening together function in its app. It is to attract users to listen with your idols. The slogan is listen to songs together, chat and interact in real time, and share music moving in real time. For example, KKBOX invites Waybird, Wei Lian, a famous singer and songwriter, as a guest of the live listening together event. He then went on live at 9:30 p.m. and playing his personal playlist and chatting with fans online. He will answer the online question for him, and just like an online radio. So integrating the interaction between celebrities and fans into the service, which is KKBOX's competitive strategy to retain local users. So listening together also exemplify the alone together phenomena, which borrows the concept from Sherry Turkle. Music streaming platform engage users in virtual social interaction that exemplify the double meaning of contemporary listening alone together. You can be alone but not feel lonely, and you are not lonely because you are alone together with many others. And the third is always listening phenomena. Always listening refers to music streaming platforms that always formulate different strategies to enable users listen all the time and continue to engage online or offline events. For example, as for the offline events, KKBOX facing the challenge of international brands, so it is committed to developing other streaming products and offline services. KKBOX will hold the grand annual live concert, KKBOX Music Awards, invite users to participate in the lucky draw and to get the free live concert tickets. So this is attractive to local users, according to my focus group interviews. And KKBOX Music Awards, it is such a popular live music concert in Taiwan. And pre-sale tickets activities attract more than 100,000 fans to participate, and more than 10,000 fans came to the scene to support 15 groups of performing singers. And after being held for 18 years, the KKBOX Music Awards has become the most important music concert IP, music concert intellectual property of KKBOX company, which has high value. In addition, both Spotify and KKBOX have increased their investment in podcast content in recent years, which extend their service from a music streaming platform to a sound platform. So in 2020, Spotify launched a new feature designed to give podcast listeners a new way to organize and save content they want to listen to at a later time, or keep their favorite episodes bookmarked for easy access. So the feature called Your Episode. And in the same year, KKBOX also launched a podcast area, claiming to create a platform with the largest and the most complete podcast programs in Taiwan. And all of this, no matter Spotify or KKBOX, aimed at retaining and attracting non-music fans, because not all the platform users are music fans. Some of them just like to listen to podcasts, listen to the information programs. So all in all is to let users, no matter you listen to music, white noise, or podcasts, all to let users keep listening, always listening. So here is my conclusion. First, this study found that compared with the personalized playlist emphasized in previous literature, my study extends the meaning of personalized playlist as a mass customized listening alone and listening alone together phenomena. People don't just listening alone. On the music streaming platform, you can also easily to share your listening music with others and create many. You don't feel alone. You are listening alone together with others, many others, no matter is your friends or not your friends. And second, Taiwanese users, particularly in my focus group interviews, the younger generation prioritize platform experience that emphasize different social function. they emphasize different social interaction functions. They enjoy sharing music with friends, keeping up with others' listening habits, and experience a sense of togetherness through music. And third, regardless of international or local brands, the same goal is to promote everywhere listening and always listening, and establish music streaming as the primary entry point for daily listening experience. Every morning, you just need to open your music streaming platform and start your day. So overall, this research shed light on the competition between international and the local music streaming brands, providing insights into the evolving music listening culture in the era of music streaming. So how do you experience music streaming service in Indonesia? It's time to explore.
Okay,
Thanks
thank
for
you. Yes, thank you so much, Prof. Miao, for sharing your video. And I think this is a very nice research. And I found that it was so nice that you have like a special term about listening together and listening alone. It's like a very new thought for me. And I think so also all the audience, this is like a very new term that we now realize that there is a two kind of enjoying music, listening together or listening alone. So yes, I remember that the last question you tried to address to us is how do the music streaming in Indonesia recently? Okay, I think now we will turn to the question and answer session. And the first question has already addressed by Professor Mia. Professor Mia. Can I call
Professor Miao is my first name, so you can say Professor Jen.
you? Okay, Professor Chen. Yes, okay.
Okay.
Okay, Prof. Chen. Yes, I think before we start for audiences to share their thoughts and their question, we first like to hear also from the audience regarding your inquiry. How was the music streaming in Indonesia recently or nowadays? Okay. Anyone here, can you please share what do you think the music streaming in Indonesia recently or nowadays? Anyone? Please. Your camera is off. Okay. Yes. Anyone? Can you share?
I really want to know.
Yes. But you know, Prof. Mia, I think I'm going to share first before the audiences. I do really like when my daughter, because she also play Spotify and other, yes, like Apple Music, everything. And you know, when I drive her, like go to school or somewhere, and then it was so nice that she just can say, Siri, can you play Barbie Dreams? Siri, can you play? And this is really, I mean, you know, this is a really convenient for the young generation with the kind of the digital devices. Yes, compare me like 20 years ago. This is completely nice to listen music recently with the Spotify, other branded live streaming recently. Yes, actually, okay. Is there any ideas or experiences that you can share, audience, students?
Hello,
that is
Miss Yunriani. I am Altobeli Lobodali.
Oh, okay.
I'm not the student of University Brawijaya. I'm sorry, but it's okay. I will share about maybe maybe we are in the same age, yeah, Miss Yuyun, because we only heard from the youngest people, yeah.
You're younger than us, I know. Okay, you can say. please.
No, we are using any platform in Indonesia actually, but TikTok is very happening right now.
TikTok, yeah.
Yeah, TikTok is very happening. And
Yeah.
you know what, Professor Gio?
Mhm.
Nowadays, there's a lot of artists who make a song from the popular word in TikTok. Nowadays, we know that one word very popular in Indonesia, that is bercanda.
Oh
And
yeah.
bercanda
Okay.
it's now become a song. I think I don't remember who's the name is. The Sule's son, Rizky Febrian. He made that song from only one word that is quite popular in TikTok. Bercanda.
The lyric is only one word.
That word it's very
Yeah, that
popular,
word.
and then
Okay.
become a song from Rizky Febrian. And I think there's a lot of song become popular because of the only one word.
Okay.
In my opinion, there's another what we say that this is not a word, but we know this song. Kukuruk, kukuruk. I don't know. There is come from what era, but I think that is quite popular. Kukuruk. What is that? I said to my daughter and to my niece. Is it a song? Are you sure that is a song? That is not a song. It's just kukuru, kukuru. But there is a lot of version of that song. Yeah. So I think the platform it's not just K-box or some things that you told us, but we have TikTok too, and Spotify is quite popular too in Indonesia. Yeah. And I think Miss Yuyun Riani knows that we are in the same age, then we are listening the old song from YouTube Music. Am I right?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I was
Okay,
just
that is
impatient actually.
that is
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
opinion. Okay, thank
I
you.
think both of thanks for your feedback. I think both of you talk about the experience of what I want to explore. Not only the change of the way we listen to music, like Yu Yong said, your daughter like to listen to you just play the Spotify. It's very convenient. So nowadays the new generation even can't recognize what is CD is. And they even when they have some CD player, they don't know how to use it, and even then they can't tell the the sound difference between CD player and the streaming music. Yeah, because the music sound is not so, the quality is poor. Any musician can stand up the quality of streaming music, but nowadays young generation, they don't have the experience to listen to the physical compact disc music, so it is really hard.
Conventional devices, they don't experience this.
Yeah, they don't have this kind of experience. And refer to the Tobili, you told me about the TikTok. Sorry, TikTok. Yeah, I think that is very good research topic, because what I am focused is how is the music streaming platform change the way we listen to music. But TikTok, this kind of short videos, change the way we create music, and we think what is music is. Just like a very short a song only with one word, can it be said as a artwork? Yeah, just a viral video, and but at this moment, it could be achieve the phenomenal success for many. In the before, we will say that is artist, but nowadays it's blurring the boundary between the professional artists or the amateur or common people creator. That is, I think it is a very important phenomena. We can focus on the the aspect of creation. Yeah, the way we create music is absolutely influenced by such kind of digital platform like TikTok, like the short video. Yeah.
Okay, Prof. Mia. So now I would like to invite the student and also lecturer, all the audiences here that might be they have like some thoughts or some inquiry that we need to address for the discussion. Please, anyone? So I think you still think about it. And before this, I have a question actually, Prof. Mia. You know, this is the era when we can enjoy music in many ways. Might be like a yes back, we just can enjoy the music by listening or doing karaoke. But now, yes, but now, just like what I mentioned a while ago, that this is a very easy to choose like what kind of the music genre that you want to listen. Just like my daughter, she just need to say, like talking with my car, she said, Siri, can you play me sad song? Siri, can you play me opera song? And then I was like, oh my God, are you talking with my car? And then, no, mom, this is the way we want to hear any kind of music. So this is the industry that recently, I mean, we need to compete.
Yeah.
So like Spotify, Kikibox, and other music industry needs to advance the strategy and marketing in the music marketing. My question is, it's like a local Taiwan's industry get ready to face this? Or yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, just like an Indonesian people, are we ready that recently we don't need to have an online music event rather than this is going to be cheap for us. I mean, like a cheaper if we are holding a music event online. This is another way, a smart way to interact between the singer and the fan and their fans, you know.
Yeah.
Do you think as Taiwan has already said this?
Wow. Yeah. Thanks for your question. That's a quite important observation and I think a very difficult situation for the music industry. You asked me about how about the local from Taiwan's local music industry to face this kind of change. I think not only music streaming platform, I think in the beginning of the rise of digital download music, the local music record industry has already faced a very difficult situation because no one wants to buy the physical albums. So nowadays they focus on their energy on the live concert, you know, to promote, to encourage the not only the young generation, even the old generation, they can go to the live concerts of your favorite singers, no matter they are the legendary singers or the newest, the idols. Nowadays, they promote the live experience, no matter in live music festival or live music concerts. So that's their new target to promote such kind of live music experience. So that is I think it is an emerging music business now expanding worldwide. Not only the local, you just look for the concert. The Taylor Swift just had very successful the world tour of her live concert. So that's why that is the way music industry will develop the more big or amazing concert,
right.
yeah, to attract people. But in another way, you talk about a very serious problem. That's also I faced in my class, because I teach the popular music class for the undergraduate students. And so in my class, many students will say, oh, I listen to this music or that music. I ask them, oh, who sing this song or who composed this music? They have no idea, because they lose their background context. They only listen to, maybe just feel, oh, the song is good to dance, the song is good for when I'm studying. I like to listen to the lo-fi girl just for study. So they don't care about the information of any song, any music, the background, the history of hip hop, or the history of jazz. They don't care about this. So I think that is our new mission, to maybe in the class or publish some book to introduce the history or important legacy of our national, local music culture, or even the important music genres history, like jazz, hip hop, rock and roll, or punk. Then if we keep on establish this kind of knowledge about popular music, maybe compensate a little bit the situation like changed by the music stream platform. So that is my opinion.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much, Prof. Mia. But now I would like to welcoming Prof. Enric, which is already present among us. So is Prof. Enric here? Someone has already told me that Prof. Enric is already with us. Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Hello, Prof. Enric. Good to see you.
The same here. How are you?
I'm good. And yes, and also Prof. Mia in Taiwan also looks so great today.
Hi, nice to meet you. Yeah.
The same here. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
How was the weather in Spain?
Yeah, Joe. The weather is it changed recently. It was too warm for the season that we are having, but now likely is the same kind of weather that we should have to have, you know. Finally we are having the right weather, right? It was too warm, so the warming, it's kind of very well noticed here. We see how the climate change is a reality, you know.
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay, Prof. Enric, so I'm so sorry that we already started the event for this session too, because Prof. Mia is already here 1 hour ago, so we start with her. So, and now, Prof. Enric, do you want me to introduce yourself, or do you want
Please.
to? Oh,
Please
okay.
go ahead.
Okay, please. And this session will be like, we still have like 1 hour left. And the first one, I'm going to introduce your biography, Prof. Enric, and then we will continue with your presentation. And your presentation will be taking like 30 minutes, maybe. Is that okay for you? And then
It's
we
perfect.
Okay, good. And then we are going to continue with question and answer afterward with all the audiences. So let me, please allow me to read the Prof. Enric biography. Prof. Enric is the president of Global Communication Institute, as a board member of the International Academy of Business Discipline, or IABD, and the International Public Relations Association, IPRA. Oh my God, that's great. And then also as a research member of the research group on strategic, public relation and advertising in Barcelona. And in the past, he has been one of the directors of FC Football Club
Barcelona.
Barcelona. Yeah, Football Club Barcelona. Barca Innovation Hub and Knowledge Area, Head of Communication for Spain of the Manpower Incorporation, and the Spanish Communication Practice, Director for the US-based consultancy, Mercer Human Resources Consulting. Wow. And Prof. Enric Education, he was graduated in public relations by the University of Barcelona and in journalism and political science. And then as a doctoral, he has been graduated from a doctor in humanities and communication by Raymond Lul University.
It's hard to say that.
Sorry.
Ramon Llull University.
Or Roll University. Wow, that's great. And recently, Prof. Enric is the Dean of EAE Business School in Barcelona and President of the Global Communication Institute in Munich, President of the Education Commission of the British Chamber in Spain, and then former of co-director. Oh my God, Professor, you have so many positions. It is a very important position. I think all of us are feeling so lucky today that we are having you. And Prof. Enric teaching area is expertise in research methodology and then global communication, public affairs, public relations. And he has been a full-time lecturer at Blanquerna, Blanquerna School of Communication of Raymond Llull University for 25 years, and part-time and visiting professor of ESRP, UB, and then UPF, ESHET, and many. Okay, so I think, oh, you are so great. We are so happy, and also Prof. Mia also so great. Oh my God, this is a really good session for us. And now we look forward to hear your sharing thoughts, Professor.
First of all, is it now 2 o'clock here?
Oh, here is 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Yes.
Okay, so I'm at the schedule, no, more or less.
Yeah.
Because I was confused. I was adding time, and I was a little bit confused with the timing. I just needed, and I'm so thankful that Nadia called me just to make sure that I was on the schedule, because I was adding time instead of adding time from mine instead of subtracting time, and that's something that I'm used to talk when I'm under the schedule of the US time, and sometimes I did exactly the same with you, and then it's sorry for if I was late, but I'm not.
That's okay.
According to.
That's okay.
So happy to be here. Happy to meet my students.
Yay!
I see Svastika, I see La Luna, I see Marcefio, right, and Gazi. Thank you for attending today, and thank you so much, Yuyun. I've been very well assisted by Ivan as well. So Mrs. P is always very generous with me, and I feel very comfortable with teaching at your university and collaborating with you. So thank you for making me feel part of yours. Maybe it's too pretentious, but that's what I feel. So good. I had prepared a short presentation on. It's not that short, but I cannot shorten it as much as you like. Like you give me half an hour. Is that what you give me?
Yes.
I can talk for longer, but I think half an hour would be the upper because then we have Q&As, right? And my presentation is on influence because that's my expertise, mapping influence, and I call it like that. I don't know if it. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen.
Actually, we have 1 hour, Professor, but of course, time is yours.
I mean, I would be happy to be interrupted anytime you feel like. Okay. So this is my presentation today. There are many things I didn't want to repeat from the classes that I gave to your students the last 4 weeks. But it's always my perspective of things, right? So here the title is Mapping Influence, the Challenge of Networking in the New Digital Area. The case of FCB Barcelona as a way to show how to do networking in this new digital era. Okay. Congratulations for the kind of conference that you're holding. I think this is unique, and I'm so honored, and I so much appreciate the opportunity you gave me here to talk with you today. Okay. This is more or less the table of content I organized my speech about. One is mapping digital influence. The other one is the case study of FCB Barcelona. The third one is the competitive advantage of using this mapping digital influence as a tool to build your strategy and your tactics. So I'll be happy to know that the students have, despite that it's very late tonight, which is your morning in the last night, to share my abstract, which is the small synthesis of what the speech is going to be about, right? So mapping, I'm also happy if you want to share these slides to anyone you feel like, okay? So let's talk about mapping digital influence in this new digital communication technology and area, and how we built this new digital society. So mapping digital influence, it has like some benefits and some challenges as PR and comms professionals. So I don't know, and please feel free, because I don't see you while I'm presenting. You see my slides, right?
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Yeah, the benefits of building a mapping digital mapping digital influence. So a map of your influence in digital wise is the following. So there are four measure benefits. One is that you need to be a knowledge of what your strategies, insights are. So you need to know exactly what is the print of what you're doing. The strategy, insights, and knowledge, it's what are the effects of your activity? And this is key. If you don't know about the effects of your activity, then you're lost. So in a way, you're doing stakeholders mapping on time and online, and it shows you the effects of whatever you're doing every single day. So a strategic insights to know exactly what the insights are about, and to be acknowledged about what is your print in terms of communication action towards your stakeholders. Second, that's another. The second point is more a perspective of a marketing action, which is the market acceptance. So, and then you can compare, and see exactly what is acceptance of you compared, by doing a benchmark, compared with what is the market acceptance of your competitor. So you need to know exactly what is what. Okay, you need to know exactly what is your number of leads and conversion you're having, right? I don't know if you're familiar with it, but in Spain and in Barcelona, all is about leads and acceptance and conversions, right? So then you know exactly, if you know the print of your influence, then you know your market acceptance. Third, the result of your campaigns. If you did some actions, that's something I already told you. If you did some actions, then you need to know exactly what are the results of these actions. You need the feedback. So at the end, and the feedback changes all over, because you don't depend on yourself. You depend on the third party. You know, and the students know. I've seen La Luna, one of the speakers of last day, and she showed what is the effects of her activity at her company, of what she was doing daily. So I mean, you need to know exactly what is the print of your action daily, because obviously this is something you need to know, but it changes along the days, because it happened that maybe someone did a forward, or there's a viral video that changed your influence much, and you don't know. But last night it happened that there was there has been a popular video of what you've been publishing, and then the influence of you have changed a lot. So the results of your campaigns are changing, not on your action, but on the third party action. And this is important. And last but not least, align your company with the key trends. You need to know how much you're aligned with the reality, how much you're aligned with the needs of the society, how much you're aligned with the trends, or how much you're aligned with what is being spoken out there, how much you're aligned with the agenda, social, political agenda. We need to know how much you are aligned with your own corporate values. So all in all, the benefits are clear. You need to know how much your strategy is being held and appropriate, how much the marketing is accepting you, how much the results of your campaigns the results are good or bad, and obviously how much aligned you are with the agenda, the society agenda, what the breaking news, whatever is happening at the political and social agenda. So, but that requires, and we'll talk about that, a new role as PR and comms professional. I don't know if you're familiar with comms professional in Indonesia, but we use it as a synonymous of PR. So are you familiar with the comms professional?
No, for me, no. I don't know, other student or lecturers.
Corporate communication professional. Sometimes we call
Communication,
it,
yes, we familiar.
comms professional.
Okay.
Which is the equivalent to public relations.
Okay.
So, just to make it short, now we need to talk not about PR or strategic communication, corporate communications professionals, but we're talking about new roles we have to help, we have to add to our capability, which is, okay, we are reputational managers. This is clear. Reputational manager, because we deal with the reputation of organizations. That's okay, especially if we have to do a daily track analysis to know exactly what is our situation in influence wise. But we also need to know what are the changes, cool hunters. We need to know what is trendy, what is changing. So we are, and this is a must, cool hunters, all in all. We are stakeholders analysts. So we are analyzing opinion leaders all over, because we are opinion makers, because we are changing the agenda. I told you, political, media agenda, society agenda, opinion makers, because we are dealing with opinion makers, and we are opinion makers. We are organization. Our organization is a corporate citizen organization. It has to be part of the society. Opinion makers mean changing the agendas, and we are there to prevent any crisis potential, any crisis possible. So we are issues dealers, activist dealers. We are preventing our organization to be like hacked by dealers. Hacked by activists, hacked by people. So we better be careful with this, because those are opinion makers that can change the opinion for the bad. So we are there just to watch out whatever they're doing, because we have to deal with these people, we have to deal with these NGOs, we have to deal with these organizations that are they have high credibility, and they can make change our reputation, our influence for the bad. So we are issues and activist dealers. So the role is changed because the benefits are there, and our benefits are wiser, much open when we're talking about digital mapping, digital influence. So, and the new role of public relations have changed. So let's go to the new mission. Any questions up to the point? Can I follow up? I don't see you, huh?
You can just continue, Professor.
Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll be very happy to hear from my students in a way, but I think what is important here, let me change the towards the presentation, then I'll see you for a while, and I am relieved to know that you're there. Our mission changed. Our mission, our strategy have changed as professionals of public relations, because the mapping digital influence is a requirement for anything that we do. And we have to do tracking, we have to monitor our influence daily. And even the sense, the mission of our organization have changed, because now we're corporate citizens, which means that our mission as communicators have changed. And I have a very nice, I like this sentence, but I don't know if you like it as I do, and I put it in my abstract too. I have a nice sentence on mission written here, and I like to write it to read it for you. To build our new strategic role mission as PR professionals means tracking our communication needs, but our communication needs have changed a little bit. Now we have to build organic structures to identify communication needs. Organic structures, keep it in mind. For what? To track the process and convert those needs into holistic and dynamic and bidirectional needs, because we want this bidirectional interest. Me as corporation, stakeholders as creative forces, something that helps to each other. So we fulfill each other. We help each other, like in a holistic and dynamic structure. This is beautiful, but it's the way it is, or no way at all. Okay? So and I think any professional should encourage and grow a commitment environment that strengthens emerging opportunities for collaboration. If we're talking about holistic structures, dynamic structures, bidirectional creative forces, we're creating emerging opportunities for collaboration. And this is the beautiful thing, that naturally and spontaneously produce leadership figures, two-way leadership figures. Two-way means organization and society leadership figures who nurture a more cohesive and positive-oriented influential culture. We, in FCB Barcelona, we said, when I was there, that we are now raising a collaborative culture of the organization. This is exactly what we meant as more cohesive and positive-oriented influential culture, with a co-leadership between organization and society. So there is a new mission here, right? A mission more organic, more holistic, more dynamic, more depending on what the third party, and more collaborative than ever. Does it make sense? Just want to hear from you. Any questions regards this? This is, I see Svastika, and you have to understand it better than others because of the attendance of the master program, where this was approached from the perspective of artificial intelligence. But this is no way. This is what brings us the opportunity to do a more emotional relationship with the organizations, and to supply the tech aspect that artificial intelligence is obliging, or it's forcing us to have. So this emotional approach with a core leadership, being part of the society, it's what is missing now in communication, right? And this is exactly what lacks when we do communication from the perspective of artificial intelligence and not from the humanistic perspective. So we need more human and less technical communication, more collaborative communication with you and me, and maybe Yuyun and myself, into leading this panel, more than just, okay, this is my PowerPoint and there we go. It's no one way anymore. I don't know, Yuyun, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we understand, Professor Henrik. So meaning that you will allow us to give you to address some question or inquiry about your presentation before you finish.
I do allow that
Okay, then
anytime.
we are going to have a discussion while you're presenting your thoughts, Professor. So before me, might be any other audiences here want to address any question or to raise something, please? But might be while waiting, actually, I have a question. And just like a little bit discussion, Prof. Henrik. You
Just
know,
a little bit, and I'll
yeah,
continue.
recently, seemingly that we no longer face-to-face interaction mostly happen or mostly conducted by corporate, I mean, company, organization, or any institution with their community. So I don't know, because like in Indonesia, not all the customer, not all the community, the stakeholder are using internet or digital devices. But seems that the company generalized that using digital devices, this is going to be cheaper for them to reach or to communicate or to interact with their customer or with their public. So in this case, do you think is the culture of is the communication culture between the community, the external community, I mean, with the company, with the corporate, are sufficient enough to do it online, or as a public relation, do we still need using a conventional strategy in order to communicate with the stakeholder?
Let me shorten the answer very quickly. I mean, communication is all about relationships, and relationships has two sides. One is information and the other one is emotions, right? So you can't supply the emotions with the device. And this side of the communication will never be able to be supplied by devices. And this is something I insisted much on my previous class, because there's no way the human being can be supplied when we're doing engagement, when we're doing community building. Because one thing is I was trying to buy a new phone the other day. I had to go to the Apple store to talk to one of the managers there, because it was difficult for me to understand what the machine was telling to me. So it's never enough. So this emotional side to give me trust with the company, it has to be a human being. There's no way. And I don't know how fast we're gonna go and how quick this person, Yuyun, can be replaced by avatar. But this avatar is not giving me the emotional side at all, and that's something machines will never be able to supply. And that's what I think. So digital devices are never enough, because the emotions is something that belongs to human being. And public relations, we are the ones who have the duty to bring this human emotional side into any engagement or communication process that we are dealing with.
I do really agree. I like the way you express that the communication is a part of making emotional matters for the community or for the humans. Just treat the human just like a human. I do really agree with this kind of statement. But you know, Professor, seems that recently I found that the public relation officer, they much more concentrate and focus on the way they produce online program on online project rather than the offline one, because you know the online project will be, I mean, like the online activities will be cheaper and easier to conduct, while for the offline one this is going to be costly, of course. But on the other hand, yes, we knew that not all the common community, all the public, external public, they can be reached by the digital one. I mean, like with the devices or digital ones. But the things is, not many public relation aware about this. They just like try to follow the trend. They just try to minimize, especially the company. They would just try to decrease cost for the public relation activities, but they don't really understanding that yes, human, we need to treat human just like a human, because we need to trigger that emotion so that they loyal with our company, with our brand or so. But in this case, I do really agree with you about
I
that.
think we are emphasizing to each other. I just want to add something before I go to the next slide, that this is like when the printers appeared, and they just said, okay, let's go even backwards. Okay, now that everything is digital, we won't use any paper anymore, right? And but it happened that then we are using more paper than we thought that we would be using, right? And this is a little bit like the same. So when digitalization appears, it doesn't mean that the physical contact will disappear. I think, and this is what I noticed with the companies that are collaborating with our business school, that there is a rise of physical events, more than ever, especially after the pandemic. We were lacking these physical events, and there is a rise of needs of real human being testimonials of things, sharing emotions, as I told you. And that, as I told to your students, there's going to be, in research, for instance, it's going to be a raise of the qualitative research more than quantitative research, because the contact, the testimonials, the one-to-one meetings will be required to emphasize whatever the online digital devices have done. So they will start the relation, but or the sparkle of the interest. They maybe will be help with putting together people of the same kind of interest. But then you have to reinforce it even in the local basis with certain aspects. I'm thinking that the big companies like Red Bull, they are emphasizing the big meetings. They have Red Bull TV. They're doing a lot of activities all over, but then they need local action to reinforce the link, the relationship with the local public. Coca-Cola is one of the most local companies worldwide. Local, I said, not global. There's the first example of a localization ever existed, and they are reinforcing the budget for public relations at the local level with a lot of real meetings, person-to-person meetings at the local level. This is wise from Coca-Cola. They don't want to leave it to the artificial intelligence or digital devices. They'll have a role, but it's not but at the bigger artificial intelligence role will be, the bigger opportunity we have for public relations and personal face-to-face relations will have. So I think this is an increased opportunity for us,
Public
and
relations. Opportunity.
Yes, it's more an opportunity than ever. That's what I feel.
Okay, Professor.
And that's what I see through our companies that are collaborating in our business school. May I continue with my speech?
Okay, please.
Yes, and just to emphasize, do you see my presentation now?
Not yet. Can you show screen?
Is it clear? Do you see it?
Not yet. Sorry.
Not yet. Wait. Now you do.
We got it.
Did you see the presentation in the past?
It says that it started screen sharing, but you need to double click.
Now?
Oh, yeah.
Now you should see me. Do you see it now?
Not yet. Does anyone? Can you see? Might be me myself only have this kind of problem, but other not. But seem that
Not
it
if you started screen sharing.
Sorry, seem that you need to try to once more for screen sharing.
Okay, I'll do it again. Detener. Compartir.
Or maybe I will ask the operator to help you. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Now you see this?
Not yet. Not yet. No. Yes. Okay. Now it's cool.
Now you do?
It's cool. Okay, Professor.
We've seen this slide, right?
Yes, this is the first, the previous slide, the last slide that you already mentioned.
Perfect. So let me move to rethinking public relations value proposition then. Okay. I think we have 5 value proposition we need to have or take into consideration when we're talking about our new role as professionals in the new digital era. We need to know what is our social presence. I think it's clear enough to better understand the status of what is our status towards the online media. And then we need to analyze what is our role in forums or debates. This is clear, right? Tracking social presence. And something that comes from Grunik's influence, the ones that come from the analysis of public relations, is a symmetry of influence to attract opinion leaders and enhance collaborative cultures that interact with the community. So we need two-way information, we need dialogative activities so much. So symmetry as a dual communication at all senses. Trend hunting. So we have to predict what social tendencies will be. We have to work on what we call it prospective, in order to change our opinion, in order to shift our opinion, in order to make the other's opinions change a little bit. Last but not least, core values analysis. We need to know how much we're associated and matched with our values, because sometimes we think that we have certain values, but maybe it happens that no one recognizes those values at ours. Maybe we are not reinforcing our message towards those values at all. Maybe we're not doing the right actions to reinforce certain values. For instance, my business school has a strong value with this innovation, right? Then I have to check what I'm doing towards letting my stakeholders know that I am innovative, but then I have to see if they are perceiving my innovation in all that I'm doing. And last but not least, pulse of the social sphere. We have to, through mapping, we have to map sensitive to the social climate of our client markets. We need to know if we are aligned with the market, if we are aligned with the trends. Again, that's something that can be a little bit like trend hunting, but not marketing or market-wise. It's more agenda, social agenda, political agenda. We better be aligned with this. So if our proposition, our mission changed, our proposition changed, what needs to change is our scope. Okay, our scope of research, our scope of knowing what is happening. Again, we need to detect the business trends. Okay, we need to know what is trendy in the industry 4.0, 5.0, what is happening in the food industry, what is happening in biotechnology, how we can print 3D, what is trendy and useful to apply, to use to my business. We need to monitor our activity. That's clear enough, right? Our scope is that we need to know more about what we're doing, but daily, monitoring daily is what is required. Okay. And last but not least, we need to know, and this is why we're here today, what is our influence, but not in our sector, not in our field only. We need to know what is our influence towards the public affairs areas, towards the whole bunch of stakeholders, and also towards other sectors. I'm thinking at the new brand here that just appeared in Spain, which is Seat, which is Audi, and now they have Cupra, and they are trying to have this brand is linking technology, big data, and eco-friendly transportation, parking slots, is putting together lots of sectors that have never been together before. The advantage of Tesla is that Tesla is not talking about cars anymore. He's talking about technology, and he's talking about ecology. So that's the big thing, you know. You need to know how much influence you have in other fields. And this brings us to new opportunities of business. New geographic areas. Where do we have the capability, when I'm talking about Tesla, where do we have the capability to expand my market? And when I was talking about FCB Barcelona, we have the case here. I don't know if I'll have time enough, but FCB Barcelona had the opportunity to expand their brand in the US because soccer was not that good, that strong in the US. Soccer started with female soccer in the US, and Barcelona had the opportunity to export a lot of soccer players, female soccer players. So there was an opportunity, and this brought us a lot of money from technology, watches, technology, and online soccer playing, that was obviously a big opportunity for new technological brands like Apple and other companies related. So there's no way we can do mapping influence without technology. I'm not escaping myself from technology. I'm using big data. I'm using knowledge graphs. I'm using artificial intelligence to print, to know what is my print, what is my social print, what is my political print, what is my capability to influence. So I'm not escaping knowledge graph. It's mapping in a very nice way with bubbles and connections, and I hope I will have time enough to talk about that. Right? And new ways of and products appear after a while, right? When you do mapping influence, you're talking about boost maps. You're talking about how, and we're not doing opinion mapping anymore. We're doing boost maps, so we see where the opinion is going towards, because it can change one day after the other. And so we can do sectorial maps, digital maps, local maps, global maps, any kind of maps, and even individual. I can do a map for Messi, which you might know who is the best player in the world according to last gala where they gave him the number 8 gold ball ever given to someone. And Messi was brought up by FC Barcelona, as well as Aitana, the female who won the gold ball and recognized as the best player last year. And so this has an effect, a local effect, and has a global effect. We have to see and track that. I need to know what opinion this brought to Indonesia, but maybe you are not soccer fans and you don't know any more about Messi. So I need to do these boost maps locally, globally, sectorial, in technology, in the field that I'm leading, and then I see if I'm leading or not. And then I need to see digital-wise and other kind of analytics besides the digital media analysis. I can do other kind of analysis, but that boost maps obviously is a way to know exactly what is my situation according to my field, according to the local and global markets. And then we can do temporary influence maps, we can do campaign maps, we can do leadership maps. So there are other kind of things, right? That you can monitoring maps. It can bring you to a benchmark, comparing your map compared with your competitor. Then we see how strong is your leader. The CEO in the US, the CEO in Indonesia, the CEO in Barcelona. We see who are the best leaders, how much content they are publishing every day in LinkedIn. And then I can see who is really changing, who are change agents in the company. So this is lots we can do when we do mapping influence, right? And then, if I may, let me move a little bit to you. Now you see me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I may, if it's clear enough, and I will be happy to go towards the case of FC Barcelona to know more how this can be applied to a certain company. And then we'll see very quickly. I know I have to go quick, you're young. But to know how this is important for a company, and how we can combine both ways, the human being part together with graph mapping analysis. Shall I continue?
Yes.
No questions? I'll continue then, with your permission, right?
Okay.
Let's see the case of FC Barcelona, okay? So let's see what the influence was of one of the president candidates at FC Barcelona. Now you see the stadium here. The stadium is not anymore like that. Now it's getting destroyed. In fact, we are and I have to say, reconstructing our stadium, but reconstructing our brand. There have been a lot of issues according to referees. There was a payment to referees in the past, and this affected the reputation of FC Barcelona. But the stadium is built, redone. FC Barcelona is owned by the members of the club. So any of the supporters have the right to have a membership, and there's no ownership by companies anymore. And this belongs to the club supporters. So any change is very slow, but it affects the society much. And the feeling of ownership by the supporters is very strong, just to let you know. So a presidency of elections in FC Barcelona is has a very strong social print, just to let you know. Okay, this is the structure of the case. We had a sample awareness analysis. What we had to select keywords, and then we'll need to know what was the media impact. Then we did the sentiment analysis. Then we did the relationship and social support that we had. So to know exactly what was the print, social relationship, public relations wise, And then we did some data analysis besides. This case had an analysis of 1,962 articles in a period of 9 weeks, and it put together 1,391 individuals and 1,250 organizations. We analyzed digital media, mostly 239 digital media. Those were the 3 candidates. And guess which of the 3 won? But I'm not doing I'm not going to be doing a spoiler here. But which of the 3 you like the best? What do you think would be the one who will be winning? Any guess? Any guess? Which of the 3 you like the best?
The one in the middle. He
The one
has
in
the
the
thumbs
middle?
up.
Mante.
Nice thumbs.
Which one? Okay, one
Mante.
person say Victor.
Maybe the third one.
I hear someone else saying something. Which one of the
Mante.
3?
The third.
The
I
middle.
guess the third. Anthony
Anthony.
Visa
Okay.
Marty.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
No one else? No one? No. Anyone bets?
I think in the
Some
middle,
more
sir.
bets?
Mante.
So be the middle. He's more positive, right? Okay.
He smiled a lot.
Yeah? No one else? I have to say the one on the left won, okay? Joan Laporta won.
Oh, really?
Joan Laporta, he's the one that's been running the club some years ago. He's been expelled from the way he was managing the club, and he came back and won consistently. And you know why? Because he was able to manage the media better than the others. He was able to monitor his influence better, to use this system, and he was able to reorganize his speech according to what was analyzed through artificial intelligence and through graphic maps. He was so clever in using the media to reinforce his message and to be the leader after a while, because he was the last one in the previous polls, and he was the very first one when the votations happened. So let's see why. Okay. And just let me give you a little bit of theory here. The message, you need to react according to the message and see how your message is linked to your values. You have values and you have to be authentic. And this is what Laporta did. And he did a lot of quantitative analysis, but he was considering this quantitative analysis with some qualitative aspects, values, and putting frame into what he was doing. One thing that he did, I think he did very well. You know, there's a strong rivalry between Madrid and Barcelona. I don't know how much you know about soccer, but are you soccer fans? Do you know about soccer match? I don't know if you know about soccer.
No, Professor. Sorry.
But he considered Madrid as the scenario to play. You know, so he was doing advertising in the rival market, and he reacted that this rival market, Madrid, reacted. It was so people were so anxious, not happy at all. Why is he doing advertising here? This is Madrid. So why are we having FC Barcelona advertising here? And he reacted. He put together a lot of opinion, and he was seen from Barcelona as someone brave and capable to react against any actions from the enemy, you know. So he was shown as someone able to react against the enemy. And this is important, you know, in this case, because he took into consideration the scenarios. any of the, and when he had to talk with the supporters, he was talking about his past, his loyalty to the club in the past. So he was really very much considering any scenarios to readdress the right message according to the scenario as he was working. And I'm going to go a little bit faster. Target is important, but the environment is important. And it's important to consider your competitors and your enemies. I'll try to go faster. Those are impact results. We see Messi and Laporta went together. You see Leo Messi, this is the very most important player in the soccer worldwide, brought up in Barcelona, and now he's playing in the US. But Joan Laporta showed that he was aligned with this opinion leader, Leo Messi, and he went together. And then we see his impact, how to put together people. We see the articles putting people and organizations together. If you compare this, I'm not going to go into the details, it's artificial intelligence, but as you can see, this is when we're talking about the media impact of Victor is less, and is even less when we're talking the media impact of Fresha. You see the network is much different when we're talking about impact of Laporta compared with the other two, okay? And the same with the media impact. Instagram, he has a stronger influence when we're talking about Instagram, and he has a stronger influence at YouTube, and he was able to use social media better than the others. And if we talk about traditional media, he was upper into the list compared to Marca, that was Madrid, publishing, it's a journal published in Madrid. The Enemy was publishing for and against Laporta. So he was creating opinion in his favor at the enemy's field, which is important. And even Sport is the major journal for FC Barcelona. So even in the local field, he was leading. So he was leading all over, at the enemy's field and at the local field, okay? And this is also local. So he was leading in this one too. And if we look to Toni Freixa, this is very small. This is the competitor. This is the other candidate. So they are very, very small compared with Laporta, who was leading in all senses, right? Here you see those two are the, this is a traditional media, even out of the sports industry. And we see he was leading, Joan Laporta leading against Toni Freixa and Victor Font. I'm going to go a little bit faster. Instagram, he was leading, and Victor Font, he wasn't leading at all, okay? So the results is what counts here. We see how Laporta had 54% of impact in votes compared with 29%, and compared with 8%, Freixa was the one who was the continuing person, the one who was chosen by the old president. But we see the voters wanted a new brand new person, but with knowledge of the club, because he was leading the club in the past. What is interesting of what I'm talking here is the impact of the articles, the impact of the media. If we summarize quantitative, what Laporta did compared with the other two competitors, Laporta gathered 53% of the media, compared with Victor Font 27%, and compared with Toni Freixa 18%. What is nice here is that it's barely the same as the voting results. 54%, 29%, 8%, compared with 53, 54 compared with 53, 29 compared with 27. This means that gathering media has an affection into the votes, the reality. So I can tell you that tracking media properly or putting media together, help organizing your message towards certain media scenarios has an impact, obviously in quantitative wise, but this effect, if you compare, is exactly the real effect in votes. So votes and media had nearly the same percentage here. This is important, okay? So I just want to stop slowly here for 2 minutes because I have some short more slides, but I just want to make sure that you are there because I need to see you in a while. You're here, right, Yuyun?
Yes, yes, Professor. Actually, I was like wondering a little bit because just have a like a rethinking about your previous slide. This is related to in the context of football club Barcelona in the global presence.
Arena.
Related to the fan engagement. How do you see this challenge and strategies in translating that the world of sport and the clubs evolved to connect with fans and partners? And I mean, the connection between fans, partner, and the football club Barcelona in this digital age. Because as you said a while ago that the digital and the reality is almost the same, but how will we, if we try to put the digitalized strategy in order to engage partner and fund with the football club?
Maybe there's no much time to go deep into the club, but the club has a strong tradition in making big personal meetings. They have a school that has 52 countries involved. So the club has presence in 52 countries. A school of soccer. They have a worldwide fans club conference, and they are not organized. This conference is not organized only in Barcelona. It's organized in several countries. So they do a lot of public relations. And besides this, now they created the Barça Innovation Hub, which I was member of. And Barça Innovation Hub is a way to create and to share knowledge with universities, with medical doctors, with technological engineers. So face-to-face relationships with them. So this is what is besides all these digital analysis that we have here. So there's always a very nice balance between personal relationships and digital action in the club. I don't know if that addresses your question. Because that's only the global companies are good companies. Only them are good at balancing what is face-to-face relationships and digital relationships. So they are really balancing what is public relations and digital actions. And they investing a lot since artificial intelligence appeared. They investing a lot into face-to-face relationships. As I told you, I know Coca-Cola because I know one of the big managers there, and I can tell you they're investing a lot in face-to-face relationships. And so FC Barcelona, this guy was very well known thanks for his personal contact with people, with the sport, with the fans club, with the media owners, with the top managers of companies. He was even very well known because he was presenting lots of books. Barcelona has a strong local culture called Catalan, and he was one of the defenders of the local culture much. So there was a lot of personal engagement, and people knew that. Besides his very strong digital capabilities now, right? I think this balance make the club very strong, and this is what comes now, and this is what embraces. I think what this is the big challenge and the need of strong companies and the big opportunities for all of us here. Does it make sense?
Yeah. So meaning that partners and community engagement should be done in both digital and in-person strategy. I think this is the thing that we need to underline, Professor, because we need also to share. We need to also to share to our student that even this is a digital age, digital era, but the digital one is not the only main tools to conduct public relation.
I agree. How much time do I have? I have 5. Do I have 5 minutes left? No.
Okay. 5 minutes left is okay because actually we run out of time. But 5 minutes left. This is going to be yours, Professor.
Okay. So let me just wrap up my presentation.
Okay.
Do you see my presentation now?
Yes. We see it clearly.
Do you see it?
Yes, Professor.
Yes, we can see that.
There is a sentiment analysis very important here. There was the need to know how legitimized each of the candidates were to represent what they were representing. What was the engagement of their leadership? What was the social status of them? So what were the attitudes relationship-wise? What was the comprehension of what they were telling? What were the commonalities with the stakeholders? I think it's important to summarize what we just said. Sentiment analysis and attitudes. Okay, sentiment and legitimacy and comprehension. Just to make it short, then you can do it through graphic maps. Those are graph maps to know exactly if you are respected or disrespected, if you are reinforced by certain values. And then you need to know, okay, those were the values of Laporta. I won't go through others. Job, team, responsibility, ambition. Those were the driving force of his messages. And the others were about the goal, results, or even needs of the club, commitment. Those are different words that were there that were part of the sentiment analysis. Respect was one of the strongest words at the campaign, but obviously it was stronger for Laporta than any others, right? So just to summarize and to finish my speech today, I have to say that the stakeholders mapping, digital mapping, is very important, but don't forget to do this mapping towards interest and towards geography, and also towards certain stakeholders. That's what I meant as by supports, by the stakeholders, by interest, stakeholders, and geography. And then do the analysis by periods of time, by topics, and by targets. Periods of time, so I'll do the analysis this month and during the campaign or after the campaign, or I'll do the analysis by, okay, sustainability or innovation or entrepreneurship, or by targets. I do my analysis by, okay, government support or media support or fans club support. This is what we've seen. We see there is a lack of influence by others, and I will just escape this. But then don't forget that all in all, what we do is we are seeking for recognition areas. Digital, influence mapping, what is looking for is for recognition areas. You are looking for engaging mapping. So you need to know who is engaging you and who is not. If you are representing values, if you're representing policies, if you are really happy with the supports, if you are really avoiding activities that might be affecting your reputation, or if you are really prioritizing what you need to prioritize at your strategies. And if you do prioritize, it's according to the needs of the society. So that's why we say you need to analyze engaging, issues management, and reputation in terms of if you are prioritizing what you need to prioritize. All in all, what I say here is that the one who did the best was Laporta. The one who did the worst is Fresha here. Last but not least, you always have to approach this influence mapping from the perspective of partnership. See if your narrative is according to your performance, if it's according to your partners, if it's according to your stakeholders, and see if there are the right alliances to make these testimonials, this opinion better and spread out to the world. Because you are opinion maker, don't forget that. You need to communicate your model the best possible. You need to use artificial intelligence. You need to use the techniques, but don't forget PR in order to make this communication model better, right? I have to say that the one who did the best in these regards was Laporta, and he did strong with impact in all senses. Last but not least, this is a summary of what I was telling today. The value proposition from now on in the digital area is to go deep into sentiment and emotions, to go deep into the analysis and detailed analysis into the market, and be competitive, as you need to do something that the others are not doing. When I say sentiment analysis, don't forget to monitor your brand and to publish your opinion the better as possible, to be better understood towards the markets in order to search for legitimacy all above everything, because what you're looking for is leadership, and legitimacy is what brings you to the right to represent, the right to act accordingly. All in all, what you're looking for is to be competitive, to be strong enough, to be opinion maker, to become a leader in all senses, and distinct yourself from the competitors in showing that you're the leader in some aspects that the others are not. If you do a strong analysis, you'll know better in what aspect you are the leader and the others are not. So then you'll be more effective, more coherent, more accurate, quicker than others, because and this is the wrap up of today, your capability in making your communication effective will be better. So doing mapping influence is key in order to be more coherent, effective, quick, and accurate, and in terms of messaging. So this is what I wanted to tell. This is my email. Please use it whenever you need it, because I will be very happy to start a dialogue besides this presentation. Thank you for today. Thank you for your attention, and hope to meet you sooner or later in the near future.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Enric. And I think audiences, we could give applause to both of our great speakers today. Thank you so much for your sharing thoughts. And just a little bit wrap up from the first speaker, Prof. Mia. Thank you, Prof. Mia, that you're still here. Oh, so.
Yeah. Of course, I am very appreciate the Professor Eric Odex, your lecture. I really enjoy it. As a professor from the Department of Communication, I really appreciate you emphasize the role of PR and communication in the field of business management. That is very important, and especially you analyze the ecosystem analyze mapping. I think that is very important. I am very inspired by your talk. Thank you for the case studies.
Yes.
My big pleasure. Thank you so much for being so attentive. Mia, you.
Yeah, me, and you can call me Mia or Miaoru. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Miaoru. Yes.
Thank you, Prof. Tien.
Uh,
Yes, Prof. Henrik, do you want something to say?
No, just I wonder because I'm a little bit confused with timing. Just you have to cut me, and then I'll be happy. I'm so eager to hear from some of my students that I had. I see Ivan, I see Svastika, I see La Luna, and I'll be happy to hear some comments if there is time. But what I want to say is that I'll be happy to show you some other analysis that we did, but don't forget the sentiment analysis as the key element for our profession in the future,
Okay.
and not in the future, in the present.
And the present
Okay.
also. Okay.
But the artificial intelligence needs to be in, but you need to add the personal aspect in whatever is done in the digital field.
And one most important that you share is that the digital devices actually to trigger the emotion, because what makes the human different is because they have emotion. So this is also applied for the marketing that recently we are facing a different ways in strategy in music industry marketing strategies, and this is also we could see in the public relation activities that both digital era, yes, and also for the in-person activities are actually still needed recently. We could see here that the digital era is we can say that this is a kind of a challenge, but there's also opportunities. But then again, how we as a public relation and how we in marketing can utilize, we can get a benefit from this digital era, but still we need to consider the human aspect in this case. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Tien and also Professor Henrik, for your time. This is a really a valuable insight that we can have today as having you both. And I think also I would like to thank also to all the audiences, all the students, also lecturer. Thank you for your time. And we do really hope that we could meet you, Prof. Tien and Prof. Henrik, in the very near future. Having your lesson will be so much great for us. Have a nice day. Thank you so much. And
Thank you for the opportunity. Talk to you.
Yeah.
Clap
Same
for
here.
the
Thank
students
you.
who are listening to us.
Oh, we're so happy, Professor. And also Prof. Tien. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I'm
thank you,
happy
Ivan.
to be
Thank you,
here.
Yuyun.
Hope to
My
see
best
you
regards to
in
Pia.
person soon in the future.
Applause, everybody,
Hopefully it will
for
happen.
Yeah,
our
of
great lecturer.
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. My best
Bye
regards.
bye. Bye
Bye-bye.
bye. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Terima kasih Bu Yuyun, Prof. Miao, dan Prof. Henrik. Hadirin kami hormati, demikian tadi telah kita ikuti bersama serangkaian acara hari pertama BCIC tahun 2023. Kami memohon untuk hadir kembali besok pagi pada pukul 8 waktu Indonesia Barat. Saya Ocha dan rekan saya,
Ivan.
Kami undur diri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the presence for the first day of Brawijaya Communication International Conference. I would also like to thank you to Professor Miao Sieshe and to Professor Henrik Gracias and to Ibu Yuyun Matur Nuwun. With that being said, I would like to close the first day of Brawijaya Communication International Conference, and we hope to see you guys again tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp Jakarta time. And I would like also to remind you guys who will be presenting tomorrow to prepare your best presentation so you guys can impress us as well as to share valuable knowledge for all of us. That being said, Ivan Imantoro Wahid and my friend Ocha would like to close this event formally. Thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
谢谢老师。